Oh, you do have paper cups. People have spilled before.
Counsel, we ready to proceed?
I believe so.
We need a witness.
Yes, do you want us to have a witness take his name?
Yes. No, have her come back and have a seat.
No, do you want? Okay, Mrs. Pisano.
Yes, please. Good morning, ma'am. We'll bring the jury in shortly, okay?
Pardon?
We'll bring the jury in shortly, but you can remain seated.
Okay,
when everyone
thank you.
else is up, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Maybe seated.
Thank you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume with testimony this morning. Sorry for the delay. Every now and then things come up that I have to deal with. So hopefully we'll start and there won't be any other delays. I did give the witness the permission to remain seated while you walked in. All right, counsel. Remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll try to keep my voice up, but if you have trouble hearing me at any point, please let me know.
I will.
Thank you. Yesterday afternoon, you were telling the jury about what happened when you went over to the house,
Yes.
and you told the jury about actually 2 trips you made to the house that afternoon.
Yes.
And the second one was when you were there with Danielle.
Yes.
You told the jury about what happened when you and Danielle got there basically at the same time, correct?
I got there first and she came, yeah.
Okay, but she got there just after you.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And you testified that when Danielle got there, she knocked on the front door.
Yes.
And then you said that she went around and tried the back door.
Right.
Okay. And you said you stayed by her car,
Yes.
and because her kids were in the car.
Yes.
Her 3 babies, as you described.
Babies, yeah.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Showing you States 9, which is a full exhibit. This is a picture of the driveway
Yes.
and kind of the, you can see some of the house there.
Yes.
Okay. Where were you standing in this picture?
My car was here. Danielle's was here. I was right there,
Okay.
watching her car with the
So-
kids in it.
Do I have right there, is that accurate?
Yeah, about, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna show the jury where you've pointed, and you agree my finger is where you pointed out as to where you were, correct?
In front of my car, yeah.
Okay. Now, showing you States Exhibit 15. This shows stairs up the side of the porch, correct?
Right.
And that's the side of the porch completely away from the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. So from where you were in the driveway, you could not see those stairs?
No.
Okay. So just to be clear, you did not personally see whether Danielle went up to the back door?
I did not see her, no, but she ran in the back, that's it.
Okay. She went behind the house, but you couldn't see what she was doing back there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because you were in the driveway
driveway.
by your children. Now, I believe you gave some information yesterday about how Brandon and you know him as Garcia, I think you said, about how Brandon and Garcia know each other.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that just a little bit. Brandon went to your church,
Yes.
which is New
NEP.
England Pentecostal.
New England Pentecostal Church.
Okay. And he would attend church services there.
Yes.
He also went to Bible studies there.
Yes.
There were actually Bible studies twice a week. Is that accurate? And I can clarify that a little bit. Once a week actually physically at the church.
Right.
And then another time during the week that would be at someone's home. Is that
But we had
right?
prayer night. Monday and Wednesday.
Okay. So we'll get to the Monday and Wednesday in a moment, but there, on Tuesday nights, there was Bible study at the church, correct?
Yes.
And then on, I believe, Thursday nights, there would be Bible study at someone's home.
Right.
Okay. So I'm talking about those 2 nights of Bible study for right
Okay.
now. So Brandon would typically go to both those nights, both Tuesday and Thursday?
Yes,
So
him
he-
and his dad. Yeah.
Okay, him and his dad.
Yes.
So Brandon went to Bible study twice a week? Usually?
Usually, yeah.
Sure. And you said, I believe, he knew the Bible very well?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. When you talked to the police, you told them he knew his Bible well? Does that sound right?
Probably, I don't remember.
Okay. And if I showed you the transcript of what you said to the police, would that help you remember? Page 32. Thank you. Just ask that you read that top paragraph to yourself, please.
To myself. Yeah.
Do you have enough time to read that?
Yes.
And having read that, does that help you remember what you actually told the police?
Yes.
And what did you tell the police about how Brandon knew the Bible?
He read the Bible a lot.
And you said he knew his Bible? Those were your words?
Yes,
to the
I
police?
said he knew his Bible, but no.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. You also told the police Brandon wanted to be a minister?
Yes.
And Garcia also went to the same church, correct?
Yes.
And Brandon knew Garcia through the church.
Yes.
Garcia was an elder at the church.
Yes.
And Garcia also attended Bible studies.
Yes.
He would attend the often, maybe not every week, but often he'd be there at the
Yes.
Tuesdays at the church.
Yes.
And then he would also attend the Thursday sessions that would be at someone's home, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes Garcia actually hosted those Thursday sessions.
Yes.
Sometimes I believe you hosted those Thursday sessions, is that right?
I don't remember, but we do.
Okay, so you may have, you don't.
Right, I don't remember, yeah.
That's fine. So Brandon and Garcia would typically see each other at church on Sundays, right? I'm sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Oh, I'm
See you
sorry,
now.
yes, yeah.
That's okay. And they would also attend the same Bible study, usually
Yes.
twice a week.
Yes, him and his dad both, yeah.
You also, well, I want to stick with the Bible study. These Bible study meetings, people got along.
Yes.
There were sometimes discussions and disagreements as to
Heated
what the Bible
discussions,
meant.
yeah, right.
Okay, but everyone got along.
Yes.
Everyone loved each other.
Yes.
Everyone treated it respectfully.
Yes.
They just had some disagreements over
Right.
exactly what
The normal-
different
right.
verses or
Right.
sections meant, right? Now, you indicated just a minute ago, you talked about some prayers or prayer meetings also, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about those. There were prayers on Monday evenings?
I think it was Monday and Wednesday.
Okay, yep, I believe you're correct based on
Okay.
what I've read.
All right.
So that was going to be my next question, was also on Wednesday.
Yes.
So prayers on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Yes.
All right. And Garcia, would he typically attend both of those?
Not all the time, no.
Not all the time, but
No.
sometimes?
Sometimes I remember him being there a couple of times, yeah.
Okay, so sometimes he would attend those prayer meetings.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And Brandon would frequently attend those prayer meetings?
Yes, with his dad, yeah.
Okay, with his dad. So in addition to seeing Garcia at church and at Bible study twice a week, Brandon would sometimes also see him at these Monday or Wednesday prayer
Yeah, when
meetings?
Garcia showed up, yeah.
And you had seen Brandon and Garcia together on many occasions?
Yeah,
Is that fair
my
to say?
house, backyard, yeah, yeah.
Okay. You said backyard. I mean, sometimes not at church functions, sometimes
Right,
just
right,
at
yeah.
social functions.
Right,
They would be together socially sometimes, as well as all those church functions that we had talked about.
yes.
All right. And you saw them together on many occasions.
Yeah, the church would have gatherings and Brandon and his dad would be there and we would have things in our backyard helping with the wood and stuff like that. They help. And Garcia would always try to talk to Brandon and
Okay, so you saw them, they would
all
often
constantly,
interact.
right.
Garcia would talk to Brandon. And you never saw Brandon get angry at Garcia?
Couple of times.
Okay. You told the police that you never saw Brandon get angry at Garcia?
If I did, I don't remember, but
You were asked if they ever got into, they meaning Brandon and Garcia ever, I'm sorry, page 60. If they ever got into any verbal arguments or anything, and you said heated discussions when we were all together in a Bible study.
right.
Okay. But no other verbal arguments that you mentioned to the police?
Right. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. You never heard Brandon threaten Garcia?
I haven't, no.
Yeah, I'm just asking what you've heard yourself. You never heard him do that?
No.
Okay.
Not with Garcia.
May I have a moment? No further questions.
Okay, any redirects? Just briefly, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Pistana, I just have one quick question for you. Yesterday, you were asked by Attorney Harwood whether or not you had seen the defendant praying at home sometimes on the ground in the fetal position. Or actually, I think whether you had seen him on the ground in the fetal position praying before, and I think your answer yesterday was yes, you have seen that before. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you see that? Was that at home? Was that at church?
Church.
At church?
The church.
Was it just during fellowships on Sundays or some of these other
No,
events?
the prayer nights, Mondays and Wednesdays, there'd be a few of us at the church and we can go to the altar and get in that's what he did a lot.
And when you would get together and you would go to the altar like that, or when you saw the defendant praying in that manner on the ground, how long did you see him praying for?
As long as you want, I don't remember, it's just as long as you wanted it, It was like a quiet session type thing, you did your own thing.
Okay. Have you ever seen him praying like that for 5 or more hours?
No,
And did you ever see him praying like that at home in front of you?
no.
Thank you, Ron. No
No.
further questions.
Anything
Thank you,
based on
Mrs.
that?
Eston.
Anything based on that, Attorney Hart?
One moment.
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that the witness be excused at this time.
Without objection.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you're excused. That's all right, Your Honor. Unless if we need a minute, that's fine.
No, we're all set.
At that point, Your Honor, then the state's going to call Ms. Danielle Padalano to the stand, please.
Hold on. We have to take a short recess, I guess, we're having a technical issue.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have a technical issue. We have to take a 5-minute recess. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please.
believe there's glasses and water there. If you're thirsty at any reason, tissues, and if you need a break for any reason, please let us know.
Okay.
Mrs. Paduano, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Danielle Padalano, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, P-A-T-A-L-A-N-O.
And Mrs. Paduano, what town are you currently living in?
Tewksbury, Massachusetts.
The microphone should be able to pick you up.
Okay.
So you shouldn't have to lean forward,
All
but if
right.
I can't hear you, then I'll just ask you to speak up a little bit, okay? And please do the same for me if you can't hear me. And it's got to be yes or no's rather than
Yes.
head nods.
Okay.
But Marianne will call me out on it if I don't do it myself. I'd like to ask briefly, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work for Prudential.
Okay. And what type of work do you do? In general?
Benefit technology relationship.
How long have you been working in that field?
3.5 years.
And what town did you grow up in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Where did you live in Londonderry when you were there?
15 Ridgemont Drive.
And who else lived there with you?
Brandon Castiglione.
And your father lived there as well?
Yes.
What's his name?
Mark Castiglione.
In September through October of 2019, were you then living down in Massachusetts, or were you living with your parents? Or your father?
I was living in Massachusetts.
Okay. Before Tuesday, October 1st, 2019, before that, when was the last time that you saw your brother Brandon?
I believe it was to celebrate my birthday, so sometime in September.
Sometime in September?
The end of September, I believe.
Okay. How often did you talk with your brother at that time?
Not too frequently. I text him once in a while.
Okay. And when you text him, can you kind of describe for the jury what those exchanges were like? Was it just kind of a long chain that goes back and forth all day, or was it a short, medium? How would you describe it?
Short, mostly one-sided, me just sending one thing here or there.
I'd like to talk for a moment about another individual, Mr. Luis Garcia. Do you know who Mr. Luis Garcia is?
Yes,
Had you met him in person before?
yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. I believe it's still for ID. Your Honor, with the understanding, with no objection from the defendant, we'd ask for the ID to be stricken on State's Exhibit 1 to be a full exhibit.
No objection, I expect it. It's an exhibit, may be shown to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who's this?
Garcia?
Garcia? Is that what you call him? Garcia?
Yes.
As opposed to Luis?
Correct.
Okay. How did you first meet Luis?
I don't know if it was at my grandmother's church or if it was at her house.
And how long had you known him?
I'm not really sure. Whenever my grandparents started attending that church.
Let me ask just kind of generally, we're talking, did you know him for months, years?
I can't recall. If there was some time I've known him or known of him, but I can't recall the timing.
Did you ever see him with your parents at different places other than their house?
I don't recall seeing my dad with them at all. I know they went to church together, but
Did you ever attend that same church?
a couple of times.
A couple of times. And do you remember whether you might have seen Luis there at that church when you went?
Yes, at least one of the times.
Again, kind of going back to Tuesday, October 1st of 2019. Around that time, how often were you talking with your father?
Usually every lunch, Monday through Friday, every day.
Yeah, Monday through Friday?
Monday
every
through
day?
Friday.
So you guys talk a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's got to be a yes or a no. I'm
Sorry, I apologize, yes.
That's okay. That's okay. Do you remember if you talked to him on Tuesday, October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into the specifics of the conversation back and forth, at some point, did you generally discuss Luis Garcia?
Yes.
And what did you tell your father in response to that conversation? Again, I'm just looking for kind of your side of the conversation. What did you tell your father when you were talking about Luis on that Tuesday in the phone call?
It started with
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm asking for her statements. And it goes to the fact, excuse me, we can approach.
Why don't you approach?
Fran Pastana,
Where does she live?
Derry, New Hampshire.
Travel-wise, is her house closer to your father's, or is your house closer to your father's where you are in
Her
Massachusetts?
house is closer.
Her house is closer, okay. Did you ask your grandmother to do anything?
Yes.
What did you ask her to do?
I asked if she could get in touch with Patty, Garcia's wife, to see if she's heard from him.
Okay. And at the end of that conversation, did you end up having another phone call with your grandmother that time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How much longer, or what was the time period between those two calls, between the first one and the second?
I can't recall.
Do you remember if it was a long period of time, multiple hours, or a shorter period of time?
Shorter period of time.
Shorter period of time?
Mhm.
Okay. Without going into what she said to you in that second phone call, after you had that phone call with her, where did you go?
I can't recall if I picked my daughter up from school first.
Mm-hmm.
But I did state that I was going to make a trip to my dad's.
And why were you going to your father's house?
Just to check on Brandon and Garcia.
And up until that point, had you heard from either your brother Brandon or from Garcia?
No.
Had you tried to reach out to them?
I tried reaching out to Brandon.
And how did you try to reach out to him?
I believe it was just a text.
Did you try to reach out to Garcia at all?
No, I don't have his phone number.
When you tried to reach out to your brother, did he pick up the phone? Or, I'm sorry, you said a text.
I texted him.
Did you get any response?
No.
Had you verbally spoken over the phone with your brother at all that morning?
No.
When you texted him, had you texted before this moment, when you texted him and then you were going over to your father's house, had you texted him earlier on in the day?
I don't believe so.
At some point in time, did you go ahead and later on that afternoon, did you share the contents of your cell phone with police officers or allow them to look at the phone?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not you showed them the text messages you had sent that day to your brother?
Yes.
Your Honor, my understanding with the no objection from defense counsel, they're bringing 16 full exhibit. So we've asked for ID to be stricken on State's Exhibit 16.
Can I take a look at it first?
Yes, sir.
It's content of text message, right? I just have to.
Content and time.
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm showing you this remarked copy of State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize what this is a photo of?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that photo of?
My phone.
Your phone? And specifically, is this a photo of, it shows the text messages that you sent to your brother that day?
Correct.
Okay. And just so we understand, where is that, at the top or at the bottom of the page?
At the bottom of the page.
Bottom of the page. All right. I can draw your attention over to the screen. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 16. And I know it's actually going to be a little hard to see. Is that the same thing that we just looked at on this photo?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in on the bottom so we're just seeing the part that, as you can see there, titled at the top. Can you read that? Tuesday, October 1st, 2019. Can you see that?
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I can.
I should have been.
Waiting at your reach, see that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Can you zoom in a little bit more?
I can't.
Or in the back where I can't see it?
Just a little bit.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
No problem. So, is this accurate in terms of your phone that you had sent him a link to a Michael W. Smith song?
Yes.
Okay, and that, what time did you send that link?
9:58 a.m.
And for those people who are not familiar with Michael W. Smith's music, what kind of style of music is that?
Christian.
Okay. And did you receive any response to this?
No.
And I'm going to now zoom in on the bottom portion of State's Exhibit 16. Can you see that from where you are?
Yes.
I want to make sure that I'm reading this accurately. Actually, if you could go ahead, what's in the blue section or teal?
Mhm.
Actually, what color would you say that is?
Teal.
Okay, then I'm going to use teal. Within that teal section, is that the message that you wrote to Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, could you please read it for us?
I had a horrible dream last night. I hope you're doing okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really concerned about you. I love you so much, Brandon.
Mrs. Padalano, I'm sorry, but what time did you send that text?
12:51 in the afternoon.
(12:51 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you receive any response to those texts?
I did not.
Where does your dad live again? What was the address?
15 Bridgemont Drive.
How long did it take you to get over there?
I don't know, probably 35 minutes, 40 minutes, depending on, that's, I think, driving time, but I had kids.
And kids, how many kids did you have with you? How many children do you have?
I have 3 kids.
And were they all with you at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into specifics, well, actually, I guess I will go into specifics. Just briefly, could you tell us what their ages are so we understand?
3, 5, and 7.
Okay. And that's 3, 5, and 7 back in 2000.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's how old they are today.
Oh, okay.
So a newborn.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness, I have to do math now. Sorry.
It's
I'm not
okay.
good at math.
It's okay.
I'm trying to think of it. All right, so my oldest, I think a 3-year-old and almost 3-year-old, 2-year-old, and a newborn, I believe.
When you got to the house, who was there already?
Well, there was Luis car was there.
Okay. Did you see any other cars when you got there?
I don't recall.
You said earlier on you had a phone call with you had a couple phone calls with your grandmother. Did she arrive at the house as well? Did you see her there?
She came after me.
Okay. How long were you there before she came after you?
Not. I think she pulled up not even a minute after me.
Not even a minute. Okay. Without going into what the two of you said, what did you physically do when you got there? So kind of explain that for the jury. You got there, you get out of the car. Where do you go and what do you do?
I got out of the car, left my car running because the kids were in the car, and I started to go up to the house, ring the doorbell, knock on the door, and to see if I can get anybody's attention.
If you direct your attention to the screen, we're going to go to State's Exhibit 10. Whose house is this?
My dad's.
And from that, you stated, I believe, that you went up to the door.
I did.
Okay. So turning now to State's Exhibit 12. Is this the front door of the house?
Yes.
And when you got to the door, what did you do to try to get in initially?
I just rang the doorbell initially and knocked on the door, and then used the door knocker at the top, I believe.
Was there any response when you did that?
No.
Did you hear anything from inside the house when you were doing that?
No.
The doorbell, when you were ringing the doorbell, some doorbells are loud, some are soft. From standing outside, could you hear whether the doorbell was going off inside when you were pressing the button?
I can't recall.
Okay. And when you couldn't get in the front door, where did you go?
I went around back, up the stairs to like the porch area.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 15. Is this the back of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And the porch area that you're talking about, if we look into the lower left-hand or middle left-hand corner of the house, is this the area that we're talking about on State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
When you got to the top of those stairs, were you able to get inside the house then?
No.
And when you say no, you're talking about the door that we can see in this photo?
Correct. Sorry.
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Correct. That door was locked.
Okay. From there, did you try to look in or get a response anywhere else in the house besides the front and the back?
Besides from the back, yes, I just went around the house where the bedroom light was on and started throwing acorns at the window.
Okay. And when you say the bedroom light, are you talking about a room that's closer to the driveway or the opposite side of the house?
The opposite side of the house.
At this point now showing you, excuse me, I got out of order here. State's Exhibit 14. Is this the side of the house that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask this, is this the, you sound kind of hesitant with that answer. So.
I'm trying to see yeah, I believe so. I'm just making sure the driveway is on the other side of that bush or tree.
Okay. Let me go ahead, and I'm going to bring the photos closer. So we looked at State's Exhibit 15. Actually, let's start from the driveway. Let me show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 9. This is the driveway?
That's the driveway.
Okay. So that's one side of the house. Actually, can you see it by skin back?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is one side of the house, and with regards to the driveway here, you parked in that driveway, or did you park out on the street?
Initially I parked in that driveway.
Parked in the driveway, okay. And which side of the house has the fireplace? Is it the living room side of the house or the bedroom side of the house?
The living room side of the house.
Okay. And what's this right here?
The chimney.
The chimney. So that's one side of the house with the chimney. And then from that, flipping over to, again, State's Exhibit 14. And that's what we see on the screen there, is that right?
Correct.
So this is the other side of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where the bedrooms are?
Yes.
When you said that you were throwing acorns at a bedroom window, was it one of these two windows or a different bedroom window?
It was one of those windows.
All right. Could you tell us or point out for which one?
It was this window.
Okay. So looking up on the screen there, you referring to the window or on the left or the right-hand side of the home?
The right-hand side.
Have I zoomed into that correctly? The right window is
Yeah.
more centered? Excuse me, I believe it was. In this particular photo of that window, do you see that there's a light bulb on, or a light on inside a lamp?
Yeah.
I should say. Was that lamp on when you were there?
I believe so, yes.
When you were throwing acorns at the window, anybody respond?
No.
And were you saying anything when you were trying different doors?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Brandon Garcia. Brandon Garcia. Is anybody there? Is everybody okay?
Any response to that?
No.
Did you have a key to the home when you arrived?
No.
When you were at the home, who, if anyone, did you call to try to get access inside?
My dad.
Were you eventually able to get inside after you talked with him?
Yes.
And how?
He told me where the key was.
And where was the key?
Under the mat. In front of the front door.
A mat in front of the front door.
Correct.
Okay. So you were on the phone with your father when you got the key?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your grandmother at that point?
Near my car. I believe she was next to my car, near my car. And she was in that vicinity, definitely in the driveway.
Okay. Could you see her from where you were near getting the key at the mat?
Getting the key, possibly not, depending on where she is, because there's tall, like, shrubs. But I can't recall.
Let me go ahead then and show you State's Exhibit. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean. I'll show you State's Exhibit 11, which is a full exhibit. This particular photo, I'm going to stand back here if you don't mind. Sorry to have you turn like that. On this, can we see the shrubs that you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay, and where are they?
they're right here.
Over here on the right-hand side of the exhibit? How tall are those shrubs?
They're pretty tall. They might be taller than me. But they're tall.
Okay. And the front door, that's right at the end of the walkway, right?
Correct.
Once you got the key, what did you do?
I unlocked the door.
And that particular door, that lock, when you unlock the door, after you opened the door, where'd you go?
I started making my way upstairs.
Why up and not down?
We never really utilized the half of that half of the house. We never really utilized that half of the house. So everything always is upstairs usually.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 2, and we'll go ahead and do it on the big screen there. Do you recognize this view or this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And what entry spot of the house does this show?
That is coming through the front door.
And you said that you went up the stairs at that time, right?
Correct.
So if we were to walk up those stairs ourselves and get to the top of the stairs and turn left down the hallway, can you kind of outline for the jury, what are the rooms? If we just kind of take a left going down the hallway, you just kind of work your way around clockwise, starting from the left to the right. So as I go down that hallway, what's the first room on my left?
The first room on your left would be Brandon's room.
Okay. And then what's the room in the corner, the one that you indicated you saw the lamp on?
That was my old bedroom.
So that was your room.
Yes.
And the bedroom opposite that or on the right,
My-
towards the end, whose is that?
My dad's bedroom.
And then the next room that we have on the right, what's room?
Would be the bathroom.
That's the bathroom.
Correct.
So Brandon's room, your bedroom, your father's bedroom, your bathroom.
Yes.
Okay. And then from the top here of State's Exhibit 2, what's the room straight ahead? If I just went straight at the top of the stairs, what room am I
The
walking?
kitchen.
So when you got to the top of the stairs, you said that you took a left, is that correct?
I did. Correct.
And I'm showing you now, it's been marked State's Exhibit 3. Is this, let's see, what does this photo show?
The hallway.
When you're in the house and going down this hallway, what are you saying then?
I'm talking very loudly or yelling, Brandon, Garcia, are you guys okay? Brandon, it's your sister Danielle. Brandon, are you okay?
When you got past Brandon's room, towards your old room, at the end of the hall, what did you see in that last room on the right?
I saw Brandon laying in like a fetal position in the doorway. And then I saw like a corner desk that was moved in the middle of the room, covered with some kind of cloth for painting. And then I saw 2 legs from the knee down.
Where were the 2 legs from the knee down?
They were on the other side of the desk, closest to the wall with the window for the side of the house.
The window where you had been throwing the acorns?
One of the windows, correct.
One of the windows, okay. And you thrown them at multiple windows to try to?
2 windows.
2 windows.
One on the front, one on the side.
Same room?
Same room.
When you got there, you said that you found you found your brother in the fetal position.
Correct.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I didn't even know if he was breathing.
Do you remember whether he was making any noises?
Only right before I left, I was scared and I was staring at him and I was just hoping I could see a breath. So when I saw a little bit of breathing and heard a little noise, that's when I left.
And when you left, where did you go?
I ran outside.
And when you ran outside, what did you do?
I told my grandmother to call 911.
And was a call to 911 placed?
Yes.
At that point, or at some point after that, did police officers respond?
Yes.
I'd have to ask you, when you went into the house, you said that you had unlocked the door. When you left the house, you left the door open?
Yes.
You didn't close it up and lock it up again?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 13B and 13A for identification purposes. Your Honor, it's my understanding that there's no objection from defendants, so we'd ask for the identification to be stricken on photos 13A and 13B.
Okay, they're admitted, maybe come to the jury.
Thank you. Well, I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 13A and then 13B. And just generally, do you recognize, what is the photo 13A a photo of?
Standing on the lower stairs, looking out the front door.
And what about 13B? What are we looking at there?
The side of the front door.
Okay. From the side of the front door, can we see the lock mechanism that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
And with the particular lock here, do you remember with regards to which lock you put the key into?
I believe it was the top lock.
You believe it was the top lock. So 13A being the door.
Correct.
And 13B being the top lock.
Yes.
When police arrived, where did you go then?
I believe they had me move my car to the street.
And when did you see Brandon again after the police got there?
Shortly after they escorted him out of the house.
And how did they escort him out?
He was handcuffed.
How did his face look to you when you saw him?
That he was, must have been crying.
Did he say anything to you at that time?
I remember he said, just pray, and maybe I love you.
Is your brother here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point out where he's sitting and describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Sitting right there, wearing like a light gray button-down shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. If the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Without objection. Shall reflect.
Mrs. Padovano, thank you very much for your time here today. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Just one moment, please. Morning.
Good morning.
When you saw Brandon that day in the house, he was praying. That's what you recognized it to be, correct?
Correct.
He was in deep prayer, I believe is how you described it.
I've seen him in that position for deep prayer before, correct?
Okay. And you've seen him in that position for deep prayer previous to that day.
Previous to that day, yes.
Okay. So that's something you had seen before.
Yes.
You'd seen him in deep prayer, think you said in that position, meaning down on his knees.
In a fetal-like position,
In
correct?
a fetal-like position, okay. Head down.
Correct.
And you said you'd seen him that way on multiple occasions.
Correct.
You've in fact seen him pray that way many times. Is that fair to say?
Sure, yes.
You've seen him pray that way for long periods of time.
Yes.
Seen him pray that way for 3 hours straight.
Yes.
You've seen him pray that way at your house
Yes.
on more than one occasion.
One occasion I saw him, the other occasion he was in a different location than I was, but
Okay.
within my house, yes.
Okay, so one time he was in a bedroom in your house,
Correct.
and one time he was in the great room.
Correct.
All right. So you're saying one time there you actually physically saw him?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? And
Yes.
the other time you knew what he was doing, but you weren't in the same area, so you weren't seeing it the whole time?
Correct.
Okay, got it. But it was not uncommon for you to see him pray that way.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk just for a moment about that key that you used to get into the house.
Okay.
That key was just under the mat,
Yes.
and the mat we're talking about, that's just the doormat right in front of the door.
Yes.
There was nothing else hiding that key other than the mat.
Correct.
And as soon as you lifted up the mat, you could see the key there.
Yes.
You testified that after you didn't get any answer at the front door, you went around the back.
Yes.
And you went up the stairs by the porch.
Yes.
You said you tried the porch door and it was locked.
Yes.
Did you notice that there was a hole in the screen that you could have reached through and unlocked it?
Yes.
You said that you saw Brandon when the police brought him out of the house,
Correct.
and he was in handcuffs at that point.
Yes.
And he said to you, just pray.
I believe that's what he said, yes.
You told the police that day that he said, just pray, keep praying. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that's what you told the police?
No.
Okay. And you were being honest with the police when you told them that?
Yes.
Told them what you heard Brandon say?
Yes.
You said that he didn't say anything other than, what you told the police is that he didn't say anything other than just pray, keep praying.
I don't know. The only other thing that he could have said was, I said I love you, and I think he said I love you too, but other than that, he didn't say anything else.
Okay. And you're not sure if he even said that?
Correct.
You think he might have?
Yes.
Okay. But he did say just pray.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
One moment. No further questions?
Just a moment, please. Sorry, Your Honor, just need to grab an exhibit. Ms. Spadalon, just two quick question areas for you. You just asked a moment ago with regards to the key being under the mat, and I think Attorney Harwood said words along the lines of there was nothing there to hide that key. Did you know that key was there before you went over there that day?
No.
When you had been living in the house or growing up at that house, did you guys usually keep a key under the mat?
No.
And with regards to that, the back door, the porch door, you just asked a moment ago about a hole in the screen. When you found the door to be locked, did you even think to reach in through this hole in the screen to try to unlock it?
No.
And how big a hole are we talking about?
I mean, there's a lot of holes in there, so I don't know what hole they're referring to.
I'm not too sure what hole they were referring to.
No.
But is it fair to say that you didn't think of putting your hand through a hole to try to unlock that door?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing further on.
Anything based on that, counsel?
One moment, Your Honor. You said just a moment ago there were a number of holes in the screens,
Correct.
and it just didn't even occur to you to try to reach through one.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All set. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, we'd ask this witness to be excused.
Is this witness excused? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Holloway.
Quick check. Do any of the jurors need a break? Raise your hand if you think you need one. Okay. Next witness, please.
So the state calls Officer Matthew Morin.
While they're bringing in the witness, I normally give the jurors in my trials a short spiel about the language that's used in court. You've heard lawyers asked to strike the identification on an exhibit. That's because everything that's marked for identification isn't necessarily evidence for you to consider. And we call that list those things that are just marked for identification. There's actually a little word, say ID, on the exhibit. And when it gets moved from that list over to the exhibit list, which is what you actually get, they ask you to strike the ID and move it to full exhibit. That's what it means. Not that it's stricken from the record, because they use that in jury instructions. It's not stricken. It's just how they use that. Also, when witnesses are asked to be excused, it means that both sides are done with them for the trial, which makes them eligible to stay in the courtroom and watch the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So, Officer, if you could step up to the stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear the truth, do you swear that testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat. If you could state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Yeah, Officer Matthew Morin, M-O-R-I-N.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Londonderry, New Hampshire Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
Approximately 16 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
I did not.
Did you graduate police academy here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And when was that?
I attended the 141st Full-Time Police Academy. It went from August to November of 2006.
So you were working for Londonderry Police Department in October of 2019?
Yes.
What was your assignment at that time?
I was a patrol officer.
Were you covering any portion of Londonderry in particular?
In October in general, or?
On October 1st, for instance.
I'm sorry, yep, October 1st, 2019, I was working patrol. I was assigned to Sector 7, which is a cover sector in the town of Londonderry.
What do you mean by that, cover sector?
Yep, so the town of Londonderry, we break it up into 3 sectors total. So the town essentially is divided into 3 different sections. So an officer will work those 3 sections, and then on busier shifts, such as the second shift, we'll have a minimum of 1 cover officer, and he basically can float and go all around town. And if there's a high-risk call or a 2-officer call, they'll call the sector car who's working that section of town, as well as the cover officer, to back him up.
Were you, that day, were you working by yourself, or did you have someone else in your recruiter with you?
Nope, I was alone.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities?
Yep, patrol officer is generally what the public sees out on patrol. It's a uniformed officer. We respond to calls for service. We also do proactive police work that basically entitles like doing car stops, driving around, doing business checks, such as that.
Were you asked to respond to calls for service
Yes.
as well? And did you investigate crimes in depth at that time?
So not typically in depth. If it was like a minor misdemeanor level offense or something like that, generally a patrol officer would work it, but if it was a more serious crime, detectives would take over the investigation.
So while we're talking about October 1st, 2019, you told us earlier you were working that day, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what shift were you on?
I was working the afternoon shift, which goes from 2 p.m. until 10:30 p.m.
At some point that day, did you become involved in the investigation of the shooting death of Luis Garcia?
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did you become involved?
Yep, at approximately 2:28 p.m., Officer Verrier, who was a training officer at the time, and his field training officer, Officer Phillips, we were dispatched to 15 Ridgemont Drive, which is a street in Londonderry, for a welfare check call.
Okay. Tell us about that welfare check. So what was the nature of the call that came to you as a welfare check?
Yep, so a welfare check call, somebody can call into the police station and ask for a welfare check. It's basically, it could be, it's checking on somebody. So if you can't get a hold of a relative, or if you think somebody may be, you know, in a mental health crisis, we basically check on them and make sure that they're okay and see if they need any police or fire services.
What did you know about this call in particular that you were responding to at that time?
Yep, I knew that it was reported that 2 people appeared to be down inside the residence.
What did that word mean to you, down?
Yep, I took that as being unresponsive.
Were you the first officer to arrive at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
I was.
And just so we're clear, 15 Ridgemont Drive, is that in Londonderry?
Yes, it's a street in Londonderry.
What county is that in?
That's in Rockingham County.
What happened when you first got to 15 Ridgemont Drive?
Yeah, when I first got there, there were 2 females outside of the residence.
Did you ever identify those 2 females?
They were eventually identified. I'm not sure by whom.
Okay, who were they?
It was the caller, who was Frances Pistana, and another female named Danielle Petalano, I believe was her last name, something like that.
What did you observe about their demeanor when you got to the scene? How were they acting?
I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Did they tell you anything about what had happened before you got to the house?
I believe somebody spoke with them, but I'm not sure who it was. I don't remember who it was.
Did you learn anything about what you were walking into at 15 Ridgemont Drive from those 2 people?
I don't know.
So what did you do after you got there?
Basically, we eventually went into the house to check on the subjects.
Okay. What door did you go into?
We went in through the main front door.
Was that door open when you got there?
Yeah, the screen door, I believe, was closed, but the actual main door was open.
You said we went in. Who are you referring to when you say we?
Yep, myself, Officer Verrier, and Officer Phillips.
Do you remember what order you 3 entered the house in?
I don't know exactly. I believe I was first, but I'm not definitively sure on that.
Tell us about what you observed when you first entered the house. What was the layout of the residence?
Yeah, so the house is a split-level residence, which is generally when you go in through the front door, you can either go upstairs or downstairs. And upstairs is the traditional like living areas where there's rooms like bedrooms, kitchen, living room, stuff like that.
So where did you head when you entered the house?
We went upstairs and then down a hallway to our left.
Is there a reason that you went in that direction down the hallway to your left?
I'm not sure if we were informed to go that way or not. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Did you hear anything coming from that direction?
No.
Did you 3 officers, did you call out to anybody or make any noise as you were entering the house or going through the house?
I don't recall.
So you said you were going down that hallway?
Yes.
What room were you approaching down that hallway?
We went down to a bedroom on our left.
And just so we're clear, which door in the sequence of the rooms down that hallway were you heading toward?
It was on the left. I'm not sure what number door. Like I'm not sure how many we passed.
Was it the first or the last?
I don't believe it was the first one. I believe it was the last. I believe it was the last one.
What state was that room in when you got there?
Yeah, it looked like it was getting worked on. There were items in the middle of the room that were covered with some sort of cloth.
Where was the furniture in the room?
In like the middle area.
So as you approached that room, did you notice anything in the hallway?
I don't believe so.
Once you were getting to the door of that room, what did you see?
I saw a person inside the room, like, I guess kind of face down in like a fetal type position.
Can you describe that person for us?
Yeah, it was a male. He was face down. And yeah, I noticed that he was alive. He appeared to be breathing.
Do you see that male in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe an item of clothing for us?
Yeah, it's the gentleman sitting at the defense table in like the gray button-up shirt.
Will the record reflect the witnesses identified with the defendant?
No objection.
Michelle, thank you.
So when you first saw the defendant inside that room, did you hear him saying anything?
I did not.
Nothing discernible at all, or just no noise whatsoever?
Nothing that I recall. I'm not sure if he was silent or I don't remember him saying anything.
Was there anyone else in that room with the defendant?
There was.
Tell us about that.
I also saw, it looked like, I believe it was like somewhat of another person. He was kind of on the other side of the items in the middle of the room.
So what portion of him could you see?
I don't know exactly what I saw. It wasn't a full person, but just some part of him.
So what did you do then?
I tried initially moving the cloth to see if I could see better, and I couldn't. So then I actually went around to get a better look at him.
When you say you tried moving the cloth, what do you mean by that?
I think I grabbed it and just moved it a little bit, I think, to maybe see. I believe that's what I did, something like that.
Was the cloth on the floor, or where
No,
was this cloth?
I believe the cloth was over the items in the middle of the room.
Okay, so you were trying, excuse me, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were touched the cloth on the furniture in the middle of the room in an attempt to see around it?
In an attempt to kind of just see if I could see the person better versus having to go around the stuff.
Okay. Were you able to get a better look at him?
I was not.
So what did you do after that?
I went around the items and I got a better look at the person.
Tell us about what you observed with that person.
Yeah, I observed a male who was lying on the ground on his back, face up. There appeared to be a large amount of blood coming from him, and I saw a mark on his face that initially I believed was a gunshot entrance wound.
Where on the face?
It was in the area of like his nose and like eye, I believe.
Can you kind of describe the position that his body was in at the time?
I just remember him being, like I said, face up on his back, and he wasn't moving, so he appeared to be deceased to me.
What about his face? Did you observe anything else other than that spot that you just described? Were his eyes open, his mouth?
I can't recall either way.
And you stated you saw a large amount of blood, is that right?
Yes.
Where was that blood, or where did it appear it was coming from?
It appeared to be coming from him, and I believe it was kind of coming, like, I think, like away from his head.
Were there any other observations you made about that body?
No.
That male?
Nope.
Was that male eventually identified?
He was.
And who was he?
He was Luis Garcia.
Did you, I think you said it already, but did it appear that Mr. Garcia was alive at that time?
It did not. It appeared that he was deceased to me.
What else, if anything, of significance was found in that room when you entered at that time?
Yep, there was what I noticed in the area of the defendant. There was a bullet casing on the ground, or what appeared to be a bullet casing on the ground.
Okay, so you said at the area of the defendant, a bullet casing. So I'm going to put up on the screen here is states 109. It's a full exhibit. Can you kind of describe what we're seeing in this photograph here?
Yeah, so this is the room that we were talking about. There's kind of the items in the middle of the room with the cloth over them. And then on the ground, if you kind of look to the right, a little bit of that sprayer pump, there's a little item which is a bullet. It appears to be a bullet casing.
Okay. Would that red circle indicate the area you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And then is this zoomed in on 109? Is that reflect the bullet casing that you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. I want to back up to just a wider view. Can you kind of describe where you found the defendant while he was in that room?
Yep, so to the best of my memory, he was to the right of that bullet casing, kind of facing the area of that red stool and the feet right there, the legs, feet.
So did you make any other observations of anything of significance in that room or near the room at the time that you entered 15 Ridgemont Drive?
No.
Was there anything else found by the other officers?
Yes.
And what was that?
Officer Phillips, I believe it was, located a firearm outside of the room.
You say outside of the room. Do you know where exactly that was?
Yep, there's like shelving kind of near the doorway when you exit into the hallway, and I believe it was on that shelving somewhere.
Did you ever observe that firearm yourself?
I don't know if I saw it on scene that day.
So after you entered the home, you found the defendant in the last bedroom on the left with Mr. Garcia's body. I believe you said earlier it appeared it had been a gunshot wound. And you found a bullet casing and a handgun. What did you and the other officers do?
Yeah, at that point, Officer Phillips secured the defendant in handcuffs, and I brought him outside.
What did Officer Berry and Phillips do after you left the room?
Yep, they remained with Mr. Garcia when I took the defendant outside.
say you took the defendant outside. Did you help him off the floor from where he had been before?
I don't know if that was myself and Officer Phillips or just Officer Phillips. I don't recall.
But he was stood up at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries on the defendant when he was stood up?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you observe his clothing to be torn or disheveled in any way?
Not that I noted, no.
So once he was stood up, you said you put him in handcuffs and you took him out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. Which way did you leave the house with him?
Through the front door, the way we entered.
What did you do with the defendant at that time?
Yeah, I brought him outside. I informed him that he was detained. I frisked him, which is basically when you search somebody's outer garments for weapons, none were located on him, and then he was detained in the backseat of my police car.
Did any officer attempt to speak with or interview the defendant while he sat in your cruiser?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Detective Justin Halleck.
Did the defendant, to your knowledge, say anything while he was being, or attempted to be interviewed at that time?
No.
How long did you remain at 15 Ridgemont Drive that evening?
Yep, so actually I wanted to correct one thing. The time I was dispatched, I believe, was 14:26, not 14:28. And I left at 15:42 hours, so I was there for approximately an hour and 6 minutes.
Did you have any other involvement in this investigation while at that scene?
No. And I apologize. I might need my report. I think I'm getting the time wrong that I was dispatched there. I don't know if it's a big deal.
Okay. Well, I think you've testified to it.
Okay.
Approximately 14:26 hours or 14:28, you said?
Yeah, it was an hour and 6 minutes I was on there. So it was 14:36 maybe.
But you left, you said, around 15:40.
15:42 was the time I left. I know I was on scene for an hour and 6 minutes, so I just might be getting the initial time a little off.
Did you have any other involvement while you were on the scene?
No.
Well, so what did you do after you left the scene?
I brought him to the police station, and we brought him into the non-secure juvenile detention/interview area.
Okay, tell us about that area.
Yep, so when juveniles commit certain crimes in the state of New Hampshire, they can't be securely detained, so we can't bring them into like a normal cell or a booking area. So this is a non-secure area, consists of a couch, I believe there's some chairs in there, and even though the doors do close, they're not locked, so they're not securely detained.
But to be clear, though, at the time, the defendant was not a juvenile, was he?
He was not.
What's in that room?
Like I said, I believe there's a couch, I think some chairs, and it can be recorded too for interviews.
Did you remain in the area of that room?
I brought him in there, took him out of handcuffs. He sat on the couch. I was eventually relieved by Officer Garcia, or Detective Garcia.
While you were with the defendant in that room, did he ever make any statement about what had happened at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
He did not.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I later assisted with some security while he was in the room, which I think consisted of me just kind of waiting outside the room, but that was it.
And why wait outside the room?
I think maybe just for safety reasons.
And I think you said it earlier, but was that door locked to that room?
It is not, no.
One moment, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions for you, officer, but I believe defense counsel will.
Thank you.
Check to see what time it was before I say good morning or afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good, how you doing, ma'am?
Good, thanks. So, I hope I don't mess you up more with the times.
I'm sorry.
But it looks like from the dispatch log that you were dispatched around 2:28 in the afternoon. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was a call for a welfare check.
Yes.
You had no information that anyone was deceased.
I did not, no.
And you testified that Officer Barrier and Officer Phillips they were dispatched close in time and arrived pretty close in time to when you got there?
Yes.
But you got there first?
Yes.
So you truly were the first responder in this case?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. So you talked briefly with the two women that we talked about earlier?
Somebody did, ma'am. I don't recall if it was myself or the other officers.
Okay. The conversation, the purpose of the conversation was to get enough information to sort of figure out what was going on.
Yeah, usually we make contact with them, and like I said, I don't know if it was myself or them that spoke to one or both of the females. I don't recall.
And after speaking with them, it still wasn't a response to a deceased individual. It was still a welfare check at that point. Is that correct?
Correct.
And because it wasn't at that time a death investigation, your bigger concern was going and rendering aid to the person or people that were inside the room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you happen to remember if you were wearing gloves?
I don't.
So as the three of you, and I think you said that you thought you were first, Officer Phillips was second, and Officer Verrier was behind Officer Phillips. As the three of you went up the stairs, were you looking into the rooms to see if anybody else was there?
I don't remember, but I would assume that we would, moving down the hallway, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Is that called clearing?
Yeah, generally if we don't know where somebody is, you'll kind of clear each room as you move down.
Okay. And you think you might have done that?
We might have, I don't remember. I don't know if, like I said, I don't recall if we were given information exactly which room to go to or not.
Okay. Eventually you do get to the hallway, you go down the hallway?
Yes.
Single file, or how is that?
I don't know. I would say the size of the house, probably single file, but I can't say definitively.
Okay. And when you say that, is that because your recollection is there was a pretty narrow hallway?
Just a house in general, yeah, it'd be kind of tough to move down side by side.
So when you went to the room, and I just want to make sure I understand, the first thing you saw was Brandon, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he was essentially right inside the doorway?
He was inside the room, kind of, yeah, near the doorway.
Okay. Did you have to climb over him to get in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And the next thing you saw, I think you described, was body parts in some, well, actually, I think you described the next thing was furniture in the middle of the room.
Yeah, I don't know the exact order. I kind of, took everything in, but I know that the furniture in Brandon was kind of like one of the first things that I saw.
Okay. And you testified that the furniture was covered, what's the term you use?
With like a cloth type item.
Okay, so if I call it a drop cloth, you know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So stuff was covered with a drop cloth, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you don't have to answer out loud.
Oh.
And you thought you might be able to get a better view if you moved that drop cloth out of the way, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it didn't work, so you went around.
Yes.
All right, and that's when you saw Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Then you came back around, and it was at that point that you saw the shell casing, is that right?
I don't know if it was before or after.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and you would do that pretty quickly after?
Yep, I believe I did it that night.
Okay. I got it. I felt like the podium was kind of empty. Would it help you refresh your recollection if I showed you your report?
To what question, ma'am?
To when you saw the shell casing?
I guess I can look at it. I don't know if it, yeah, I guess why not?
Worth a try?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Yes, you may.
Do you need help with the
Sure. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
So that, reading that, it says, it's noted in the report afterwards. I'm not sure if I visually saw it before or after, though.
But your report says after.
It's listed in the report after. It doesn't say specifically that's when I saw it. It just notes it afterwards.
Okay, but today you don't have any specific memory of what order you saw it in?
I can't say definitively one way or the other, ma'am.
But when you wrote this report, it was pretty close in time to when the event happened, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't normally write a report of things out of order without noting that, right?
So that report doesn't say this is when I saw it, it's just noting items inside the room.
So what you talk about is seeing Brandon, right?
Yes, I saw Brandon.
Hunched over in a fetal position.
Yes.
Right? And that he was alive, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going over the order of things in your report. And that you could somewhat see another person in the room, right?
Yep.
Then you tried to remove a cloth that was over the items to see him better, right?
Correct.
And would it help you if we looked at this together?
No, I know.
And that you ended up going around the room and viewed the other male lying face up.
Yes.
And I'm not reading every single word.
Nope, I know what you, yep.
Okay, okay. You saw a significant amount of blood that appeared to be coming from him.
Yes.
And it possibly, it appeared to you that he possibly sustained a gunshot to his head.
Correct.
And that he appeared deceased.
Yes.
Okay. Next paragraph, you talk about in the bedroom, there was what appeared to be a bullet casing on the ground in the area of Brenton.
Correct.
Okay. And that there was a gun located in the hallway.
Correct.
Okay. And in fairness to you, this was a pretty quick in and out of that house with getting Brandon out of the room and out the door. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a little over 2 minutes.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so things were going pretty quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we talked about Brandon being handcuffed, somebody assisting him to get up, and then walking him out the house. Is that
Yeah, I believe Officer Phillips did that, and I don't know if I helped out or not at that point.
okay? But your memory is that you brought him out to your cruiser.
I know I brought him out. I'm talking about the assisting him up part.
Okay. And when you brought him out to your cruiser, did he say anything to anybody?
Not that I remember, no.
Before you left the room with Brennan, you instructed Officer Verrier and Officer Phillips to maintain scene security, is that right?
Yes.
Can you talk about what scene security is?
Yep, I basically had them remain with the male that appeared to be deceased, and it's for, like she said, scene security. So at this point, we're investigating a potential crime, and we want somebody to stay with the body for evidentiary purposes to make sure it's not moved or anything like that.
Is it just the body, or is it any potential evidence in the area generally?
It's everything, pretty much.
Okay. And so, once you're all aware that it's a death investigation, you would not expect that one of the police officers would pick the gun up, is that right?
Correct.
Are you aware that that happened?
I am.
Did you inform anybody that that happened?
Myself, no.
Okay. And you know that the officer picked the gun up, took the magazine out. Do you know this?
All this, I know he touched and manipulated the gun. I'm not sure if I saw him do it on scene or found that out after the fact.
Okay. And this would have been after Brandon was already taken out of the house and after the discovery of Mr. Garcia, correct?
I don't know exactly at what point he did that, ma'am.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the pictures that the state showed you. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
exhibit number 3, okay? And this is a picture of, do you recognize that, what that's a picture of?
Yes.
Okay, what is that a picture of?
That's the hallway going down to the room.
Okay. And that's a pretty plushy looking carpet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can actually see, can you see
Yeah,
indents
some
of
marks,
things
yep.
in the carpet? Okay. And then you testified, I believe this is the picture you were shown,
Yes.
State's Exhibit. Actually, it's not. Give me 1 second.
Council, while I get that sorted out, I think I'm going to give everybody a 15-minute break. And we'll come back and do some work before lunch, okay? So we'll stand in recess for the next 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research about any of the issues in the case. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right. Officer Warren, you may sit down. I think Warren's want to talk to me. Councilman Brooks? Well, I mean, it all depends on when this witness finished, so I'm sure.
Yeah, it does look similar. The one that he showed me, I don't know if that piece of glass was there.
Okay. Do you remember if there was a piece of glass there when you were in there?
I can't recall either way, no.
Okay. My last question, I think, and just to refresh my memory, did you go back into the house after you took Brandon and put him in the cruiser?
I did not.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions, Your Honor, thank you. You spoke on cross-examination, officer, about clearing the house. When you were in that house, did you see anyone else other than the defendant and Luis Garcia?
I did not.
And you had Officer Barrier and Phillips. They stayed behind when you went outside, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did they, you know where they went at that time?
Once I left them, I do not know where they went.
Did you see any other private citizen in that house when you left or while you were there?
I did not.
Now, you told us on direct earlier that you've been on the job in law enforcement at Londonderry PD for about 16 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over that time, is it fair to say you've responded to quite a few situations or calls for service?
Yes, sir.
And in that line of work, responding to those calls for service or different situations, is there a variety of things that you've responded to?
Yes, sir.
And do those situations develop and change after you first arrive?
Yes.
Okay. How often does that happen, that they change?
It can vary.
But it's not uncommon, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And if a situation changes away from what the initial call was that you responded to, does your response to that then change?
Sure, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything based on that?
No, thank you.
All right. Officer, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May this
May
witness
this
be
witness be released? Judge?
You're done with it?
Yes.
And you're done with it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mrs. Luis Garcia to the stand. Just watch yourself in the court here. I'll have you go right up there to the witness stand. If you could go right to the chair and remain standing when you get there, please. Mrs. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to have a seat. There's some water in front of you if you'd like. Anything else that you need, please let us know, okay? And also, all of the answers that you'll give here today, because you can see that we're being recorded on the court system,
Yes.
you already know what I'm going to say, right?
Yes.
They have to be out loud? Thank you. Could you please state your full name, spelling your first and your last name for the record?
Patricia Ann Garcia, Patricia, Annangarcia,
Thank you, ma'am. What town do you live in right now?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And what are some of the other places in New Hampshire that you've lived before Manchester?
Hudson, Derry,
When you were living in Derry, where were you living?
with Fran and Jeff.
Okay. And Fran and Jeff, what's their last name?
I can't think of it right now.
Does the name Pastana sound familiar?
Pastana, yes.
How long were you living with them?
A year and a half, maybe.
Year and a half. And who were you married to, ma'am?
Luis A. Garcia,
How long were you married to Luis?
26 years,
And what was your anniversary?
October 5th,
October 5th.
yes.
What sort of jobs have you had in your lifetime?
I was a medical secretary, an OR scrub nurse, and then I ordered supplies for the operating room at Children's Hospital.
And at any point, did you get involved in kind of surgical technology as well?
Surgical technologist, yes.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about Luis, if I can.
Okay.
How long had you known Luis?
30 years.
30 years. And during that time, what did he do for work?
He was a delivery at the seafood, at North Coast Seafood. He was worked at Charlotte Bank. He worked in a meat plant. He was a supervisor there.
At the North Coast Seafood and at the meat plant, would that have caused him sometimes to go in and out of like refrigerated spaces?
Yes, yes. So yes.
And did he have any sort of medical ailments?
Yes, asthma,
Asthma.
yes.
Okay. Eventually, what are some of the other jobs that he went to?
He worked in a check cashing place.
Okay. And what about back in September of 2019, so the month before he died? What was he doing for work then?
Oh, he didn't work then. He had an asthma attack that caused him to not be able to work again. But he did painting.
He did painting?
Yes.
Okay. And in doing painting, what kind of painting did he do?
Full finish painting.
Full finish. So, how long well, in addition to painting, to describe the other jobs that he's had, did he have any other jobs where he worked with his hands?
No, not that I can think of.
And when he wasn't painting and he wasn't at home, where would you go? Where would you spend most of your time?
Church.
Church. What church is that?
Well, we went to different churches, but in Pelham, New Hampshire.
In Pelham, New Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay. Was that at New England Pentecostal?
New England Pentecostal.
And was that, how long have you been going to New England Pentecostal?
About 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And that's prior to Luis being
Yes.
killed? Did Luis do any sort of work for New England Pentecostal?
He painted for them. He repaired things. That's what he did there.
Did he build anything?
Yes, he well, whatever they needed, he did. He built a sign out in front of their house, in front of the church.
And what was his position at the church?
He was a minister.
A minister.
Yes.
What does that mean to be a minister at that church? Can you describe that for us?
Well, at any of the churches, people would call on you in the middle of the night. He stopped a lot of people from committing suicide. Baptized people, married people, counsel.
What sort of services or events or outreach type things did you do through the church?
Through that church, whatever was called on. Throughout the other churches, and it was more involved. We did community outreach.
And by community outreach, what do you mean? What sort of activities?
We would do, we'd have like feed the homeless, just, talking to people on the street about Jesus.
With Luis, what were some of the things he would do for that outreach? You said feed the homeless, so let me ask, would he cook?
I would cook. He would help me prep, but he was a talker, so he did a lot of talking. He was more of a social butterfly.
And what were some, separate from the outreach events, what were some of the regular services or religious events that you guys would go to on a every week basis?
Well, Sunday services and whatever was involved, whatever was planned, we would attend.
Okay. What type of things would that include? So, for example, Bible studies.
Oh, Bible studies. We had Bible studies, and we had Bible studies at our house.
Would you ever go to Bible studies at other people's houses?
Oh, yes. We all went to each other's houses.
What about Fran and Jeff's house?
Yes.
And had they been to yours?
Yes.
And what about prayer services? Were the prayer services sometimes separate from Sunday fellowship?
Yes.
Okay.
Wednesday nights, and then various nights.
Okay. Would they be on Monday nights?
I can't recall.
Did you go to those, or?
I went sometimes. I didn't go all the time because I worked. I had to get up for work at 3 a.m.
And what about Lewis? Which ones would you see
He
him
went
go
all the
to?
time.
All the time?
All the time.
Okay. Is one of the ministers at the church, was there a minister there by the name of Minister Eddie?
Yes.
Okay. And had you met him?
Yes.
Do you know what groups he led?
Sunday Bible study.
And with regards to Fran and Jeff, how did you meet them? Like, how did you come to know them? I guess maybe that's
From
a better way to
church.
say it. From church?
From church.
All right. At some point in time, you said that you were living with them for almost about a year and a half.
Yes.
Did you meet other members of their family, their children, their grandchildren?
Yes. Danielle.
Danielle? Mm-hmm. Is that Danielle Padalano?
I didn't know her last name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Fran and Jeff's grandchild?
Yes.
And what about their ex-son-in-law, Mark Castiglione? Did you ever meet
Yes.
him?
We met Mark.
Okay. Did you ever attend Sunday services with him?
Yes.
Bible studies with him?
Yes.
Bible studies at your house?
Yes.
And what about Bible studies at his house?
Yes.
And did you ever meet Danielle's younger brother and Mark's son, Brandon Castiglione?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple different questions about Lewis and the week that he died. Do you know what Lewis had been doing for work the week before he died?
He was painting Mark's house because Mark was getting married, and Mark wanted help painting his house.
Do you know where Mark's house was?
I can't remember the name of the address, but I went there.
You've been there?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you go there?
Lewis wanted to show me what he was doing.
Okay. And what did he show you that he was doing? What rooms in the house? Just generally. I'm not asking for
Yeah.
a layout of the house.
Yeah.
I'm just.
He was painting the whole house.
Do you remember what kind of house it was? Whether it was a ranch or a split or a colonial or
Split.
split? Okay. And what rooms? What floor did Lewis show you? The upstairs or the downstairs?
He showed me the kitchen, the upstairs.
Upstairs. How long had Lewis been doing work at Mark's house?
I don't know, remember, but I would say maybe 2-3 weeks.
When Lewis would go over to Mark's house to do work, how long was he gone from your house? Like, was he there for
Could be like 8 hours.
8 hours?
Could be 8 hours.
Okay. How often would you two talk in the middle of the day when he was at work at Mark's house?
It could have been twice, could have been once.
Okay. On Tuesday, October 1st, 2019, what time did he leave the house approximately?
About 8 a.m.
And where was he going?
to Mark's house.
And during that morning, after he left, did you get a call or a text from Lewis at all?
No.
At some point, did somebody call you trying to get a hold of Lewis?
Yes.
Who called you?
I don't remember. I remember Fran calling me. If anybody else called, I can't remember.
And without going into details about what she told you, as a result of that, when you hung up that phone, what did you do next?
I started calling Lewis.
How many times?
About 4 or 5 times.
Did you get any answer from
No.
him? And when did you find out that Luis had been killed?
Shortly after that.
Now, you said that you met Brandon Castiglione, right?
Yes.
And and you talked a little bit about some of the events that you would meet the Castiglione family. Had you talked with Brandon Castiglione at all the day before or the day that Luis was killed?
No.
He hadn't been over to your house recently or anything?
Well, he came for Bible study. I can't remember the date because we had Bible study, I think it was on Thursdays. So I can't remember what days it was, but that was the last time I saw him at Bible study at our house.
To show you a picture of State's Exhibit. This Luis?
Yes.
Mrs. Garcia, I just have one last question for you. Thank you for bearing witness and telling us a little bit about Luis and your lives there. But my question, after you tried to call Luis those several times, how did you find out that Luis was dead?
The district attorney and Linda came by, the victim's advocate,
They came by to tell you.
to tell me
And where were you when that happened?
in my house.
And in between that time and when you tried to call him before, did you get any message from him at all? Text
No,
message, phone
no,
message, anything?
No.
None?
No.
Just a moment, please, ma'am. Mr. Garcia, thank you very much for explaining that to us. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay.
I believe defense counsel may have.
Okay.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You talked about prayer services.
Yes.
You said you couldn't always go, but that your husband went all the time.
Yes.
You also talked about Bible studies,
Yes.
and that could be a couple nights a week.
Yes.
One night at the church and one night at someone's home.
Yes.
And you and your husband generally went to Bible studies together.
Yes.
Brandon was very frequently at Bible study.
Yes.
You saw him there.
Yes.
Your husband saw him there.
Yes.
You indicated sometimes Bible study was at your house.
Yes.
So Brandon had been over to your house for Bible study.
Yes.
You indicated that sometimes it was at Mark's house.
Yes.
Mark is Brandon's father,
Yes.
and Brandon was living at Mark's house.
Yes.
So you and your husband had been over to Bible study at the Castiglione house where
Yes.
Mark and Brandon lived.
Yes.
And in addition to going over there for Bible studies, you said you went over there to actually see the painting that your husband had been doing?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Excuse me?
No further questions.
Redirect, Your Honor, we would ask that Mrs. Garcia be excused from her subpoena service.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Thus, Your Honor, the next witness is going to take a considerable chunk of time.
We might as well start now. We have 12 minutes left.
Go check on the next witness.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Yes, you may. are going faster than they anticipated, which is exceptionally rare. So we have a witness coming at 1 o'clock, and we'll resume then. We'll stand in recess. You get an extra 10 minutes to go out and enjoy some of the spring air and get something to eat. Okay, we'll start sharply at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research about the case. Thank you. All rise for the verdict, please.
All right.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Just notice the decision
Yeah.
dated July 20th, 2018.
Sure.
Adam, what pages? You said that was
276,
Steve,
278.
they go through the sheriffs to get the gun in, right?
Yeah, it's got to go through sheriff's
All right, so we'll go downstairs to the sheriff's office.
All right. And have you bring it in now?
Yeah, we've got the officer here, he's outside, but he's ready to bring it in, but he didn't want to do that yet until we got cleared out of here. Yeah, all right, so we'll go downstairs. Yeah, if you can tell control, we're going to be on our way down in just a minute.
May be seated.
Judge, the state calls Sergeant Justin Howe. Approach the witness stand, please. And if you'll remain standing, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat. And for the record, could you just state your full name and spell your last?
Justin Hallock, Hallock.
And how are you employed?
With the Londonderry Police Department.
What's your position there?
My current role is the training sergeant.
Okay. How long have you worked at Londonderry Police Department?
I got hired in Londonderry in 2015. Prior to that, I was with the Raymond, New Hampshire Police Department.
How long were you in Raymond?
Since 2012, so approximately 3 years.
Anything before that?
College.
Is 2012 when you joined Raymond PD, did you graduate from Police Academy before that?
I did. In December of 2012, I graduated from the 159th New Hampshire Police Academy.
You said a minute ago you were a training sergeant?
That's correct. I do all in-house training to include recruitment for the police department.
Any other duties or responsibilities?
Not currently.
In October of 2019, were you working at Londonderry Police Department?
I was.
Okay. What was your role at that time?
In 2019, I was the juvenile detective.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities as the juvenile?
So I
as the juvenile detective.
I handled all crimes against and perpetrated by juveniles.
Were you also involved in responding to calls for service?
I was. I still handled all general responsibilities as a detective, to include multiple investigations, burglaries, frauds, things of that nature.
What kind of crimes were you responsible for investigating at that time?
At that time, primarily juvenile law. However, we were on a kind of an on-call rotation, so I handled any investigation that came into the PD.
I'm going to draw your attention to October 1st of 2019. Were you working that day?
I was.
At some point, did you become involved in the investigation of the shooting death of Luis Garcia?
I did.
And tell us about that. How did you become involved?
I responded down there. I was, I don't know the order in which my response time was, but when I got on scene with Detective Sergeant Hurley, we were made aware that there was an individual with a head injury. I made contact with officers on scene. Myself and Detective Sergeant Hurley went inside and assisted with a protective sweep inside the home, and then I continued assisting in the investigation.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. So where did you respond to?
15 Ridgemont Drive.
And that's in Londonderry?
Correct.
Do you remember what time you responded there?
I don't remember the exact time. It was afternoon.
Like early afternoon? Do you remember?
Early afternoon.
Okay. What shift were you working at the time?
I believe I was actually in training that day, and my shift was over, but then the call came in, so we responded.
Okay. Did any other officers respond to 15 Ridgemont Drive with you?
Multiple other officers responded with me, particularly, I recall Detective Sergeant Hurley.
What did you do when you got to 15 Ridgemont Drive?
When I first arrived on scene, I made contact with Officer Morin. Officer Morin is the one who informed me of what he had in the investigation to that point. I then made contact with Detective Sergeant Hurley, who was my immediate supervisor. We then went into the house and assisted the officers that were already on scene inside.
When you assisted them inside, what did that entail?
So at that point in the on-scene investigation, they were conducting a protective sweep of the residence in an attempt to locate anybody else that could be inside. At the conclusion of that, there was nobody else located.
Were you made aware of anybody that was being detained at the time that you were there?
I was.
And who was that?
Brandon Castiglione.
Okay. Just to back up for just a second, without getting into any details, were you familiar with that address when you responded there?
I was.
Did you know whose residence that was?
I did.
And whose residence was that?
Brandon Castiglione and his father, Mark.
Do you see Brandon Castiglione in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point him out for us and describe an article of clothing?
He's sitting with a light gray dress shirt.
Record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
No objection, Your Honor.
Cheryl?
Did you have contact with Brandon or the defendant on that day?
I did.
Okay. Before we get into all of that contact, what did you first observe about his behavior when you made contact with him?
He was crying. There was mucus coming from his nose and mouth area. And he was kind of just in a downward position. Apparently, it seemed as though he was praying.
Where was he when you met him?
He was in, I believe, Officer Morin's cruiser.
In the backseat?
Yes.
Do you recall what side of the cruiser he was sitting on?
The back, the rear passenger side.
Behind the driver?
Behind the passenger.
Passenger, okay. So you were looking at him from what would have been his right side?
Correct.
Did you notice anything if he appeared injured in any way?
He did not appear injured.
Did you notice anything about his clothes, if they were torn or damaged?
Not that I noticed.
You said earlier he was crying. It appeared to you he was praying.
It did. He was mumbling some words. The only thing I could make out was the word Jesus, and at some point, I believe something along the lines of, "Let Jesus tell the truth."
What'd you do after you first observed the defendant in the back of that cruiser?
I read him his Miranda warnings. I asked and inquired about his health and well-being, to which he didn't respond to anything.
So he didn't answer you at all?
No.
Had he changed his position at all while you were talking to him or trying to talk to him?
Not that I can recall.
Objection, can we approach Your Honor?
Mr. May?
Withdraw my objection, Your Honor.
So I had asked you if he had changed his position while you were talking to him, his physical position. Did he
No.
move at all?
Just in like a downward motion, like his body was kind of hunched over, but he didn't move his physical position other than that, no, from the car.
Did anything else occur while the defendant was in the back of the cruiser?
Not that I can recall.
What was done with him after that point?
He was transported back to the Londonderry Police Department, where he was then placed in the juvenile soft room for the duration of my involvement.
What's the soft room?
It's a room that was directly near the juvenile detective's office. It has a couch. It's a non-secure detention room.
Was he still handcuffed while he was in that room?
He was not.
What else is in that room?
A couch. There's I believe a desk with a phone. It's just nothing. Closet.
Did you continue observing him while he was in that room?
Yes, there's a camera in that room. The camera is linked to the feed at my desk, so I could monitor from my desk. And the room was the door to the room was within 8 feet probably of my desk. So if I was sitting at my desk, I could monitor him through the video camera. But multiple times I would get up and physically check on him to make sure he didn't need anything.
What observations did you make while he was in that room?
He continued to move from the couch to the floor, and again in like a prayer position. He continued to mumble what I made out to be a prayer.
Did he ever say anything that you heard that was what? Did he ever say anything that you heard that you wouldn't consider or have thought of as a prayer?
No.
Did you know anything about, notice anything about his demeanor or his appearance?
He was sweating pretty good, and he just seemed emotional.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may. All set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the parties have reached a stipulation, and let me tell you what a stipulation is. A stipulation is to a matter of fact, which you are to accept as true. And in this case, the stipulation, which is agreed to by both parties, is that the gun found at the residence was owned by the defendant, that he had owned it since at least 2015, and that it was a Glock 19 with a serial number TSA 446. Given that stipulation, the objection to admitting these documents is sustained. So you're to accept that fact as true. Everybody's admitting that's a true fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. This time the state has no further questions. I'm sure the defense counsel does.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I think that you testified that you got to Ridgemont Drive at around 2:45. Does that sound right?
Somewhere around that time, I believe.
Okay. So more moving into the later afternoon. I know you had said earlier afternoon.
Yeah, mid-afternoon.
Okay. And when you got there, you spoke first with Officer Moore?
I believe he was the first on-scene patrolman I spoke to.
Okay. And you learned that Brandon was in the backseat of the cruiser.
Correct.
There were already several other officers there when you got there, right?
There was.
Okay. Officer Morin was there, right?
Correct.
Officer Alfaro was there, right?
I believe so.
Officer Phillips was there.
Yes.
Officer Verrier was there.
Very, yes.
Sergeant McCutcheon was there.
Yes.
And then you, and then Lieutenant Kearney.
Lieutenant Carney.
Carney?
Yep, Carney.
Okay. And Sergeant Hurley
Correct.
and Detective Garcia.
Yes.
Also, I think Detective Archambault as well.
Yeah, I don't know the exact time in which they all arrived, but yes, I believe Detective Archambault was there as well.
And they were in the house, right?
I believe everybody went in the house at one point.
Okay. And you also spent some time in the residence.
I did.
And I think you were talking about helping to do a protective sweep, is that?
Correct.
Okay, so is it fair to say you all went, not all of you, but someone went into each of the rooms upstairs,
Correct.
including the room where Mr. Garcia was,
Correct.
including the hallway to get to the room that Mr. Garcia was?
Correct.
And obviously no one for major crimes was there yet, right?
At that point, I believe not. I don't
Okay.
believe so.
And it was a couple more hours before they got there.
I don't know when they arrived on scene.
Okay. So, no idea at all?
I don't know.
Okay. You testified about seeing Brandon in the back of the cruiser, crying profusely, I think is the word that you used.
He was crying, yes.
When he was in the cruiser and when he was brought into the juvenile room, he did not have any shoes on, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you continued to observe him throughout the night, or at least for some period of time, going from the couch to the prayer position.
Correct.
And he would be in the prayer position for quite some time each time he would take it.
I don't recall the exact number of times or how long he was in the position, but I just remember him going from the couch to his knees.
And you were able to monitor that as something that certainly, let's put it this way, you were not looking at the screen constantly while this was going on, right?
He was under direct, yes, he was. I was either watching him from my computer screen or I would get up and physically go see them. And I believe at one point there was another officer with me.
Okay. You were asked some questions on direct about whether or not Brandon was handcuffed, right?
Correct.
And he was not handcuffed?
In the juvenile soft room, he was not.
Yes. And this sort of goes to what we were just talking about, whether he was handcuffed or not, he wasn't leaving, right?
He was detained at that point,
Yes,
correct?
He couldn't open up the door and walk out.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
No further questions.
More
No,
questions?
no redirect from the state.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
You may step
Thank you.
down.
The state now calls Lieutenant James O'Leary. Just approach the stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And if you could state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Lieutenant James O'Leary, O''Leary.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Department of Safety, New Hampshire State Police.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Department of Safety as a law enforcement officer since 2005. I was initially hired as Highway Patrol, which is now defunct. We merged with State Police in 2008, so in total, I'm finishing up my 18th year, or coming on my 18th year.
Before that, did you have any law enforcement experience?
Just the time with Highway Patrol.
So you've worked kind of for state police or in that realm for about 18 years?
Correct.
What's your current assignment?
I am the commander of Troop G located in Concord.
Before that, in October of 2019, how were you assigned?
I was assigned as a detective to the Major Crime Unit.
Tell us about the Major Crimes Unit. What kind of crimes do they investigate?
They investigate suspicious deaths, homicides, officer-involved shootings, missing persons, a variety of different major cases.
You said you were a detective?
I was, yes.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities at that time?
It's kind of a twofold assignment in major crime. Sometimes you work on the crime scene side, so you would actually go and physically collect items from on the crime scene side. And then the other part is an investigatory assignment where you would work as a plainclothes detective and interview people. So it's both of those things is what I did.
Did you have any specialized training that you received while you were in the Major Crimes Unit?
Any of the training I received was essentially in-house and on-the-job training.
Did you investigate homicides while you were part of the Major Crimes Unit?
I did.
Okay. About how many, best estimate, did you investigate?
Within my time in major crime, I investigated probably over 50 cases. That's in total, and I venture to guess at least half of those were homicide or suspicious deaths.
You were describing earlier there were kind of the two sides, crime scene and then investigatory or interviews, that sort of thing. On the crime scene side, were part of your duties to collect evidence?
They are. That is one of the assignments.
Can you tell us generally how you go about collecting evidence at a scene?
Sure. As an evidence technician, it's your responsibility to oversee essentially the documentation of the evidence, meaning where it's located, and also collecting it from its location, preserving it, making sure that it's packaged properly, and then lastly, ensuring that it remains in a secure location and a proper chain of custody.
I want to draw your attention to October 1st of 2019. Were you working that day?
I did work on this case, yes.
Okay, and when you mean this case, do you mean the investigation into the shooting death of Luis Garcia?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Sonia regarding my response to the address. Given my location of my residence, I live near where the major crime truck is, our secure facility, so oftentimes I would be tasked with essentially grabbing the truck and bringing it to the location, and that's what I did in this case.
Okay. You say Lieutenant Sonia, who's he?
He is the commander of the major crime unit.
You said he contacted you about responding to a location or an address?
Yes.
What address was that?
15 Ridgemont Drive in Londonderry.
And you said one of your first task, I would guess, would be to collect that truck, is what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Once you were on scene or involved in investigation, what was your role?
So my role was evidence technician.
And who gave you that assignment?
So we work with a team of people. The lieutenant will basically assign a team to respond as the crime scene group. And that team, there's an assigned person who is referred to as the officer in charge. So essentially, they're the people that will kind of oversee the process and give out assignments. So in this case, Trooper First Class Tara Elsmiller was that officer in charge and provided me the assignment of evidence technician.
Okay. You said you work as a team. Who else was on that team that day?
I recall Tara, and I believe Trooper Anderson was with us. I don't recall who else was there.
What were their roles? You said Trooper First Class Elsmiller was the officer in charge. How about Anderson?
I don't recall his role exactly. However, in general, the other roles do include taking photographs, sometimes videos, or sketching out diagrams. So he would have been made one of those, would have been given one of those assignments.
And just to go back, your assignment was evidence technician.
Correct.
And that was to collect the evidence?
Oversee the collection of the evidence, correct.
Do you recall where you responded to first after you got that call from Lieutenant Sonia?
I would have gone to our secure facility in Belmont to retrieve our truck, which is what we use to help process our crime scenes, and then to the address in Londonderry.
Can you tell just very generally about that truck? What do you use it for?
So it's like a mobile office. It has all of our tools and items that we would need to help process a scene, all of the items that we use to document a scene. So it's basically used as a mobile office.
Can the truck be secured if you were to store evidence inside it?
So that truck is secured by means of it's locked, and it also is secured in a locked garage.
So when it's at the scene, are you able to secure the same things inside of it?
Yes.
So you responded to 15 Ridgemont Drive. Can you just kind of describe that place for us?
My recollection is a split-level ranch. When you walk in the front door, I think there was a staircase that led down to like the basement area, and then if you walked upstairs, there was a kitchen. To the left was a hallway with a master bedroom, and I believe a couple other bedrooms.
Do you remember the layout of that hallway?
So if you walked all the way to the end of the hallway, to the right, I believe, was the master bedroom. To the left was a bedroom or a room, I should say, that appeared that it was under some sort of renovation, which is where Mr. Garcia was located. And then there was a bedroom just before that room on the left.
So the room where Mr. Garcia was located, you said that there was another room next to it?
Yes.
Did you know at the time whose room that was?
Not initially.
How about at some point during that day, did you become aware of whose room that was?
Yes.
And whose room was it?
Brandon's.
When you say Brandon, who do you mean?
Castiglione.
Which room, this may seem like an obvious question, but which room did the investigation focus on while you were there?
It would have been the bedroom that was all the way at the end of the hallway on the left, or sorry, I say bedroom, it's a room, I don't know it was a bedroom. All the way to the left at the end of the hallway.
Why was the investigation focused there?
That's where Mr. Garcia's body was located.
Was that the only place where the investigation was focused?
No.
Okay. Where else did the investigation lead?
In the defendant's bedroom as well.
So, as evidence technician, can you kind of just take us through the steps you use to physically collect the evidence that you find?
Sure, so we work together searching the different areas of a residence. We identify items that we believe could be related to the reason we're there, and we photograph it. It then becomes photographed. We then place a placard, like what you see on TV, that little tent, a placard next to the item. That placard has on it an identifying unique number that's issued to an item. Once photographs are taken of that, the item is then collected. In some cases, if the item needs to be further, or some additional photographs need to be taken for more close-up or better lighting, what have you, it would be photographed on the truck, and then it's packaged, sealed, and secured.
Do you wear gloves while you're handling?
We do.
You mentioned a unique evidence number is assigned. What's the format of that number?
So the format for our evidence number consists of the initials of the individual that's collecting the evidence. So in my case, my initials are JGO, so everything would begin with JGO, and then a number would be assigned after that.
I want to talk about some of the pieces of evidence that were collected on October 1st, 2019. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
First item I'll be showing you, marked for identification, it states 111. Do you recognize this box?
I do.
Okay, and what do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the box containing a Glock pistol that was recovered from the scene.
Okay, and how do you recognize it as the box containing the pistol?
I recognize my unique identifying number that's on it, as well as my handwriting with the corresponding information.
Was there evidence, was there tape securing this box after the firearm was placed inside it?
Yes, there was. The white tape is the tape that we use to secure the box, and then there's green tamper-proof labels that go over that white tape. Once those tamper-proof labels are attached to the item, we then use a Sharpie marker to put our initials over that tamper-proof tape as well, which I can see is on here.
Do you see any other tape present on the box?
The red evidence labels.
And what are those?
So those are placed on by the forensic lab.
Okay. When was the last time you had seen this box?
Would have been earlier today.
And did you open the box at that time?
I did.
Okay. Did you break any of the tape when you opened it?
I did. I broke the tamper-proof seals.
Which seals were those?
These red and green seals, or the red-green, or the red seals.
Okay. Did you, were you the one that placed the red seals on?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know where those were placed on?
The forensic lab.
Okay. And when you opened the box earlier today, did it still contain what you recognized was the firearm that was collected at the scene, 15 Ridgemont Drive?
It did.
Did it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you had last seen it before that?
It did.
Okay. Move to strike the ID and enter 111 as a full exhibit.
No, Judge.
Okay, submitted.
Lieutenant, if you could open the box. And if you could hold it up, I know there are a few items in there. Hold it up for the jury to see the firearm inside. And again, is that the firearm that was collected at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
It is.
Okay. Can you tell from the firearm itself what the serial number of the firearm is?
Yes.
And what is it?
TSA. I didn't bring my reading glasses, so 44, and I just can't read the last two digits, but they are there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would TSA 446 sound familiar to you?
Yes.
In your investigation? I want to talk to you a little bit about where you found this firearm. I'll show you now. you. It's marked for identification as States 24, States 25, States 26, which is a full exhibit, States 27, and States 28. You can take a look at those.
Yes. Okay.
And do these photographs in general depict the area where you collected JG01 from?
They do.
Okay, and that's the firearm at the scene, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and where was that located?
That was located near the end of the hallway on the right-hand side, on top of some plastic storage containers.
Okay, specifically referring to IDs 24 and 25, do those photographs fairly and accurately represent where the gun was located at the time?
They do.
Okay. Move to strike the ID on 24 and 25, Your Honor.
I'd just like to see them
Sure.
real quick, please.
Why don't you bring them here so we can look at them at the same time? I actually wanted to see them too.
This one's already. This will be the last two.
I can't hear you, sir.
These are the last two I'll be asking.
Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, Lieutenant, can you describe what exactly is appearing in photos 27 and 28, States Exhibits?
So as I explained earlier, sometimes to get better photographs of an item, we'll remove it from its location onto the truck and get some better photographs. So in this case, we laid down butcher paper to have a clean environment, laid out the items, and gave them the evidence number, photographed them. That's what's happening in this photo. And in this second photo is just a close-up of the bullet that was removed from the chamber of the pistol.
Okay, I'll ask you about that in a moment, but do these photos fairly and accurately represent the firearm after you had seized it and when you laid it out on the butcher paper that day?
Yes.
Move to strike the IDs on 27 and 28.
No objection.
Okay, they're admitted, may be shown to the jury.
Yes. First, showing you a photograph on the screen here. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you didn't have your reading glasses, but I want to make sure your eyesight's okay for the TV.
Fair enough.
Do you recognize what's displayed in that photo?
So that's the pistol and the storage containers that I discussed earlier.
Okay. And I believe this was States 24. Is that also the location of the firearm that you described earlier?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, is that is where you seized the firearm from?
That's correct.
And just another photo, I believe that's 25. Well, again, does that accurately reflect where that firearm was
Yes, sir.
and how it appeared to you that day?
Yes.
When you collected that firearm, TSA 446, was it loaded?
It was.
Okay. And when you say loaded, what does that mean?
So it had a magazine that had 15 rounds in it, and there was a bullet that was in the chamber as well.
Okay. Can you just describe for us, if anyone doesn't know about firearms generally, loaded in the magazine, what does that refer to?
That means the bullets are placed inside the magazine.
What's a magazine?
Oh, I'm sorry. The magazine is what holds the bullets that you place inside the pistol.
Okay. And you said there was one round that was chambered?
Correct.
What is that?
So once you put those bullets in the magazine and place them in the gun, in order to have a bullet in the chamber, that's when you rack the gun and it puts it into the chamber. So there was one round that was already chambered, and the remaining were in the magazine.
I think you described it a little bit earlier, but when you seized the firearm and the magazine was loaded and there was one in the chamber, a round in the chamber, did you disassemble that firearm or remove the ammunition from it?
I did. We render all the guns safe before we collect them for evidence.
And I may have misspoke. I didn't mean disassemble. You didn't take the gun apart, did you?
No, I removed the magazine and I removed the bullet from the chamber.
Okay. And is that what was depicted in States 27?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you just kind of describe what's laid out, how they're laid out here on the table?
Sure. So you see the firearm that's all the way to the left. In order to render it safe so it can be submitted to the lab, we drop the magazine out, we remove the round that was in the chamber, and then you can see how the slide on the pistol is locked back. So that way the lab technician can look inside the chamber and see that there's no bullet in there. So that's how we secure the evidence. So that's what that photo is. Next to it is the bullet that I removed from the chamber, and then the remaining bullets and the magazine is the black item that's on top of the box there.
And now, if we did, may I approach you?
Yes, you may. Sorry.
So I'm going to show you, it may help a little bit if you can actually, I know it's in the box still, but if I can kind of point to what you're referring to by the slide.
So this top part right here is the slide. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you want to see.
If you want to step down and show the jurors, you're more than welcome to step right.
And I can hold the box for you if you want to step down in front of me.
Sure.
Just kind of a little closer.
So this top part is the slide of the weapon.
Can everybody see?
The magazine gets inserted to the pistol grip right here, and that's where the bullets are all lined up, right? So that's where they sit until that slide action comes back. When that slide comes back and you let it go, that's what feeds the bullet into the chamber. That's the chamber up here. So what I needed to do was remove the magazine out. That still leaves the bullet in the chamber. Then you activate the slide into the rear pocket, and you can remove the bullet from the chamber, and that's rendered safe.
I see there's an object that's kind of been run through the pistol here, JGO1. What is that object?
This is right here is a gun lock.
Okay.
And that gun lock makes it so that that slide cannot be activated. So therefore, you can't place a magazine in there because this item's in there, nor can you feed a bullet into the chamber. So it makes the pistol safe.
So this is inoperable in this state.
That's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. When you removed the round from the chamber and the magazine containing multiple rounds, did you also label those with evidence numbers?
Yes. So as depicted in this photo, the round that was removed from the pistol is given the JGO-1A designation, and then the rounds that are on the box are from the magazine, which was given the JGO-1B evidence number.
And so the round that was taken, you said, out of the chamber was JGO-1A. I'm showing you a slide that states 28. Is that the round that was taken from the chamber?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, I don't know if you're able to read the markings that are on.
I'm not. Sorry.
Okay. If I could bring up states 28 for you. So states 28, is that the same photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from here, are you able to read the markings that are?
Yeah, so it contains the wording 9mm Luger.
Okay. And if you were to rotate, are there any more markings on the other side?
I believe it says BFL.
Okay. And again, you don't have your reading glasses, so a little.
Thanks for rubbing that in.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about another piece. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's marked for identification as States 1 of 12. Do you recognize this package?
I do.
Okay, and what do you recognize it as?
So this is another piece of evidence that I collected, gave it its unique identifying number, and packaged accordingly, like in the way that I spoke about before.
Okay. Is the package still sealed?
It is.
Okay. And when's the last time you saw this package?
This morning when I brought it here.
Okay. Where did you retrieve the package from?
The New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab.
Okay. And I think you stated earlier that they placed their own tape on the packaging?
That would be the red tamper-proof labels.
Okay. Have you opened this package?
I have not.
Okay. Could I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're comfortable, Lieutenant, would you open the package?
Sure.
And looking at the object that just came out, do you recognize that object?
I do.
Okay, and what is that object?
And that is a casing, bullet casing that was collected from the area in which Mr. Garcia's body was located.
Okay. And I believe you said the label that you had put on that package was JGO2.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that bullet casing the evidence item that you collected and labeled JGO2?
It is.
Okay. You can put those gloves on.
Thanks.
Okay, if you could hold that up. Does that object appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as it was the day you seized it?
It does.
Okay.
Counsel, you may be obstructing the lens.
Oh, I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
all right, sorry.
And so at this point, we move to strike the ID, Your Honor, on 112.
No objection.
Okay, and the ID is stricken, it's a full exhibit.
Could you place that back inside? Did you ask to see it, Judge?
No, someone sneezed and I said, bless you.
Okay, so that was the casing that we had seized as labeled JGO2.
Yes, sir.
I want to go through where you located JGO2 inside the house. One moment, Judge. First showing you States 109, it's a full exhibit. Does this photograph depict the location of the casing JGO2 that was just entered into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you could hold it up and just kind of point generally where the area is for the jury.
So the area of JGO2 is right here.
now I'm showing you what's marked for identification as states 18 and 19. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what's depicted in those photographs?
So this is the casing that we're discussing with the JGO2 evidence 10.
Is that
as well?
okay? So that's the placard that you
Placards,
referred to.
right.
Okay. And do those photos fairly and accurately represent JGO2 after you place the placard next to them?
Yes, sir.
Move to strike the ID and enter as a full exhibit.
Just like to see the pictures.
Sure. Go ahead.
No objection.
Okay. ID is stricken, they're admitted.
And I'm now showing you what's marked for identification as states 20. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is it?
So this is that same casing. It's just a closer photograph of it.
Okay, is it positioned in any certain way?
It is positioned for two reasons. One, to be able to read the lettering on the back of it, and also a point of reference with a measuring scale.
And does this photo fairly and accurately represent that casing the day that you had seized it?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Can I just see that one
Yes,
first?
sir.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to leave this one up here just for your reference.
Thank you.
Okay, so that location that you found, JGO2, said that's here, excuse me, in this photograph, which would be states 18. Can you just point out for us where that casing was?
So that bottom evidence placard that has the JGO2 on it is where the casing was located.
And then this is states 19. Again, a close-up of that casing.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Correct.
Lastly, states 20 that you had described. Again, this was the casing, but you had stated that it was placed on the placard to read the markings on the back. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I left the states 20 in front of you.
Thank you.
Can you read those markings?
It's 9mm Luger, and looks like it's GFL.
Okay. And again, forgiving not having your glasses today.
Yep. So hopefully I got that right. Thanks.
Lastly, I want to talk to you one more piece of evidence. Collected. Now showing you what's marked for identification as states 113. Do you recognize this package?
I do.
And what is this?
So this is another item of evidence that was recovered from that room, and it's the bullet.
And how do you know that's what it is?
It contains the unique evidence number that was provided to it, and it's still in its package.
And what unique evidence number was that?
This is JGO3.
Okay. And without tearing the exhibit label there, could you please open the package? I see, without holding it up yet, I see you pulled out an object from the envelope. It was inside of another package, is that right?
Yes.
Had you placed it inside that second package?
I did not.
Okay. But you've taken the object out of there, does that object, do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay, and what do you recognize it as?
the bullet that was recovered.
And is that in the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you seized it?
It is.
Okay. Move to strike the ID on states 113.
May I just see it real quickly?
Yeah.
I have my glasses on and I'm still
Fair
smiling.
enough. Fair enough.
No objection.
And now, if you want,
ID is stricken.
thank you, Judge. And if you want, you can hold it up for the jury. And if you would, just replace it in that. Oh, excuse me. Why don't you, could you get up and actually
Sure.
walk in front of the jury?
Absolutely.
And now, if you would, you can replace that in the back. I don't think you'll be using the gloves any longer. You'll keep them on if you want. I want to talk to you about where exactly you found that bullet, JGO3. So let's have one moment, Your Honor. Showing you what's marked for identification as states 21, 22, and 23. With the understanding that there's no objection, Your Honor, to be entered as full exhibits.
Okay.
Alright, so if we take a look at these photographs, and do you recognize what's in these photos?
I do.
Do they depict where JGO3, that bullet that was just entered into evidence, was located at the time you seized it?
It does.
Okay? And this final photograph, what does that depict?
So that's, again, just a close-up of it on a scale.
Okay. On the same placard that you had used
Yes.
prior? So, JGO3 here in, I believe that states 21. What's that red object that's depicted in the photograph?
It's a step stool.
Okay, and in relation to where Mr. Garcia was found in that room, how close was this object?
Like within a foot or two.
Were you able to make observations about the bullet when you collected it?
Yes.
And what were your observations?
That it's a spent bullet that had been projected from a gun, had been fired.
Is that based on your experience, your training?
Yes.
And lastly, this was states 23. Again, just placed on the placard for measurement.
Yes.
Were states 111, 112, and 113, so that's the firearm, the casing, and the bullet that you collected, Were they taken to the New Hampshire State Laboratory in your course of your investigation?
They were.
Okay. Who delivered them to the laboratory?
I did.
Before you took them to the lab, where were they placed after you collected them?
So they were secured in the major crime truck, which was secured in our Belmont facility.
And so you say secured, they were all locked up?
Correct. The truck is locked, and then the garage in which the truck is kept in is locked.
Okay. And so did anybody have access to those objects before they were transported to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Nobody outside of major crime.
When did you take them to the lab?
I believe it was the next day.
So that would have been October 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you deliver them personally. What happens when you are delivering evidence to the New Hampshire State Lab? How is it delivered?
So we drive the major crime truck from the Belmont facility so that all the evidence stays on board, remains secured. We drive it down to the state lab, which is at our place in Concord. Once we remove the evidence from it's like storage shelves that are in the truck, once they're removed from there, we'll systematically go through and check on our property form that all of the evidence numbers that are listed on that form are physically located on the truck still. That's then gathered, and then it's brought up to the lab for submission.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yes, you may.
So you mentioned that there's a property form that you fill out with them. Did you do that day?
I did.
Okay. And so were JGO 1, JGO 2, and JGO 3 delivered to the New Hampshire lab for analysis?
They were.
Did you, when you delivered it, did you tell them what to analyze those objects for?
No.
Okay. Did you have any role in that part of the investigation?
Not anything having to do with analyzing it, no.
Were you involved in searching any of the other areas of 15 Ridgemont Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Did that include the bedroom that was next to the room where Luis Garcia was found?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you could remind us whose room that was?
Brandon Castiglione.
Did the investigators find any gun-related items inside that room?
They did.
And what items were those?
There was a box belonging to it was labeled Glock on the top of it.
So you said it was a box. Was it like a locking box of any kind, or?
Yes, like a plastic box that you would get when purchasing a firearm.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Showing you what's marked for identification as states 37. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the box that we're discussing, the case.
Okay. And you said it states Glock on it?
Yes.
Okay. Does that fairly and accurately depict the Glock box that you observed on that day in the defendant's bedroom?
It does.
Strike the ID, Judge.
To admit it?
Do you recall where in that bedroom that box was located?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, it was located in some drawers next to his bed. Like a filing cabinet or something along those lines.
I'll show you now what's marked for identification as 31, 34, 36. Your Honor, with the understanding, defense counsel is not objecting, ask that these be admitted as full
Okay,
exhibits.
they are admitted. Can show them to the jury.
So I'm showing a slide now of states 31. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
That's the cabinet that I was referring to next to the bed.
Okay. One more second, Judge. Apologize. And again, that was the defendant's bedroom.
Yes.
Do you recall which drawer exactly that box was found in?
I believe,
Cabinet.
sorry, I believe it was the bottom drawer.
States 34. Is this the drawer that the box was located in?
Yes, sir.
Was that gun case, or this box that says Glock on it, was that opened and searched?
It was.
Excuse me. I approach, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, with the understanding, defense counsel is not objecting. The state will move to admit as full exhibits states 38,
They're admitted.
39, 40, 41, and 42. Thank you, Judge.
They're still admitted.
42. So looking first at states 38, do you recognize that photo?
That is the same box that we've been talking about opened.
Okay, so that's the Glock box that was found in that cabinet next to the defendant's bed?
Correct.
Okay. And just generally in this first photo, what's depicted
Just
inside
some,
that case?
sorry, some packaging foam and materials related to the weapon.
Okay. And states 39, same question. Is this that same box on the inside?
It is.
Okay. Anything of significance depicted in this photograph that was inside of that box?
So again, it has the materials related to the weapon, and there is an envelope containing the serial number.
Okay. Mention that envelope. This is now states 41. I know it's sideways, but does that depict the envelope that you just mentioned bearing the serial number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll hold it up upright over here. What was the serial number that was on that envelope?
TSA 446.
And did that match the serial number on JGO1, states 111?
It did.
And then again, is this that same envelope?
Yes, sir.
That is states 42. All right. Go back again.
Counsel, we've been going for about an hour and 25 minutes, and then normally take a break right around now for about 15 minutes.
Understood.
So we're going to stand in recess for approximately 15 minutes. we'll reconvene then. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research while we're on break. And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. Council, see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that the evidence request form
It is,
you were
Judge.
looking for earlier?
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what states 114. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay, and what is this document?
This is the evidence examination request form. It's what we use to log our evidence when we submit it to the lab.
Okay, and do you recognize this as the evidence request form that you filled out when you dropped off the evidence you described earlier?
It is.
Okay, and just to confirm, can you just point out or recognize the exhibits that, or the pieces of evidence that you submitted?
So the ones that we discussed today, JGO 1, 2, and 3, are on this examination form.
And does your signature appear on that form?
It does.
Okay, where's that?
It's, well, not necessarily my signature, but my printed name, if you will, my ink name, down at the bottom. So when we submit the items to the lab, there's a couple of things that happen here. So there's a chain of custody that basically I have to fill in to report where the evidence was and where it went to each time it's moved. And when I bring it to the lab, there's an evidence tech that works the window there and will receive all of the evidence that I submit. And in doing that, their job is to review each item as it's submitted to ensure that it's properly sealed and contains the evidence numbers and information like what you saw on the items that I had today. Once that's completed and verified, they then will receive the items and they sign off as received as well.
Okay. Does that form also indicate the date that you dropped off the items?
It does.
Okay. And what date was that?
That was October 3rd,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Ross?
Thank you, Robert. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon.
So, I just want to talk about, we heard on your direct about how you were notified of the death investigation. Do you recall what time you got there?
That I responded to the scene? I don't.
Okay. Do you think that the crime scene and security log would help with that?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes, you may.
So, looks like I'm on the top and signed in at 6 p.m.
Okay. You're the very first person on the log?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 6 o'clock is when you entered the house?
It would have been, not necessarily when I entered the house, it would have been when I entered the perimeter. So initially what will happen is there'll be, like what you see, crime scene tapes set up around the residence, and that's the secure location. Once we break in or come into that portion is when we sign into the crime scene. So not necessarily when I enter the residence, but when I enter the property.
Okay. And you just talked about the crime scene tape around the residence.
Right.
Who sets that perimeter?
So oftentimes it's done by the responding police department. Once it's determined that they're going to lock the scene down, they'll set up that tape, typically.
Okay. How do you know if there's a scene that extends past, the perimeter of the house at that early in the stages?
So can you give me an example?
Sure. If there was evidence dropped out in the woods, or
Okay.
there were people found further out.
I'm with you. Yeah. So they'll do an initial, or whoever the responding agency is, will do an initial lockdown in that area. They'll put the tape around in that area. And then through the course of the investigation, if it's found through either search or through witness statements or investigatory leads that there's an issue or potential evidence that's beyond the scope of that, we would then extend that perimeter.
Okay. But in the meantime of extending the perimeter, it is unprotected.
Correct.
Okay.
Other than there being an officer that's on scene, that their job is to make sure that the perimeter is locked down.
How do you decide, or does your team decide, which items are going to be evidence?
So the OIC, the officer in charge, the one that is in charge of the crime scene, throughout discussions of the team, reviewing the search warrant and determining what can be taken through the search warrant, and essentially just identifying what potentially could be related or potential evidence.
Okay. And when you talk about search warrant, your team actually decides what to ask for in that search warrant, right?
Well, the prosecuting attorney does.
Okay.
Yep. We work with them.
Okay. So you see when you get the warrant back what you're allowed to search for. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. If at some point you find other evidence that could be relevant, I assume that you can increase your search warrant?
So then we could stop and request an amendment to the search warrant.
Okay. I just want to talk about a few other items that you actually took as evidence that we haven't already talked about. Also, with respect to what you'd asked to search for and what was granted for you to search for. And we'll start with what you asked to search for, what was granted, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things in the warrant was human tissue, right?
So I just so you're aware, I haven't reviewed the warrant in some time, so I would be more than happy to review it. If you're telling me that's what's in it, I have no reason to believe that it wasn't.
I am happy to have you review if I have it in here. I have the complete one here for you. I don't know if you want the whole thing.
Thank you.
Look at what you wish.
Okay. Is this the area that you're referring to here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So what you asked to look for, having reviewed the warrant, you asked to look for bodily fluids, right?
Yeah, and just as a point of clarification, I did not ask for that. I just want to make it clear that that was done by the detective sergeant
Okay.
that filled out the application.
One of the other, well, let's do it this way then. This is what you're able to search for. How about
Yes,
that?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Bodily fluids, right?
Yes,
Trace evidence,
yes,
RBS, which is red brownish stains,
yes.
which could be indicative of blood.
Correct.
Human tissue,
Yes,
human hair,
yes,
fibers,
yes.
firearm and ammunition,
Correct.
casing, and then pictures and diagrams
And video, I believe.
and video.
Yep.
You're right.
Sure.
Okay. What is not in the warrant is Brandon's cell phone. So Brandon's cell phone was never seized as evidence, is that right?
I don't know that to be true.
You don't know that to be true. Let me ask it this way. Did you ever drop Brandon's phone off to the state lab for testing?
I don't recall.
Would it be on your evidence request logs if you did?
So it would be on a evidence request log, yes.
Okay. With your name on it if you did it?
Yes, if I dropped it off, yes.
And so you would have that in a file of your materials for this case, is that right?
No, so how it works is the investigators throughout the course of the investigation may collect items of evidence. I oversaw the evidence collection that was done at the residence. If there's a detective that's interviewing a suspect or a witness and they want to collect evidence from that person, it's their responsibility then to collect that evidence. But since I'm going to the state lab to deliver all that evidence to begin with, what will end up by happening to ensure that any of the other investigators have their items secured, they bring their items that they've collected onto the truck. It is then all of the evidence collectively secured on the truck, at which time it gets brought into the forensic lab. So I may deliver an item of evidence, but it might not be me that collected or have the background to be able to give on it.
Okay, so let's talk about the search of the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon's cell phone was sitting on his bed, right?
I don't know. It could have been.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Do you recognize the background in this picture?
I do.
What is that?
Brandon's bed.
Okay. And how about the telephone? Did you look at the phone at all?
Counsel, what exhibit are you showing?
I'm showing him LA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do I recognize the phone? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Does this one, which is LB, help you recognize the phone?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry.
Can I see them?
Oh, sure.
Councilman Approach. Here you go, sorry.
No, it's okay, Your Honor. I would actually still move to admit these exhibits through O'Leary.
I don't think he's laid the foundation for it, though.
I just want to be clear, you do recognize this bed as Brandon Castiglione's, right?
I recognize the color of the sheet matching the one that I saw earlier, yes.
But you don't remember if you took your suspect's cell phone in to be processed, is that what you're testifying to?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. You would agree that cell phones contain some pretty important information, right?
So just to be clear, it's at the time in which these events occur, we don't, going into it, necessarily know.
I don't think that's responsive to my question, Joanne. The question was you would agree cell phones contain pretty important information.
Answer that question.
They do.
They can sometimes tell you where the location of a person is, right?
Correct.
They can contain information in emails, text messages, phone calls about what their plans are for the day, right?
Correct.
If anyone is coming over, right?
Correct.
If anyone's having any issues with other people,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
There's also social media stuff on phones, right?
Right.
And there's other sort of apps where you can tell how many steps a person has taken in any given day, right?
True.
Okay, but you're not sure if it was seized in this case?
I do not recall.
Okay. So you also seized some tissues that were in the kitchen trash, is that right?
Yes.
They look to have RBS on them.
Correct.
Which again is a potential for blood. Right?
Yes.
And you transported those, well, let's back up. What do you do to preserve those tissues?
So the tissues would then get put into a brown paper bag, just like a regular shopping bag that you would see, properly sealed, labeled, and submitted to the lab.
Okay. And I think you testified you don't have control over what happens once they get to the lab, right?
Yes, everything we deliver is just for them to hold.
Well, when you say it's just for them to hold, the state lab has the capabilities of testing things, right?
Yes, I'm saying from my perspective, you had said when I delivered it. So when I deliver it, I don't ask them to do anything as far as testing. I just have them to hold it. They do have the capabilities to do that.
And who does have the authority to tell the lab what to test in when you've submitted evidence?
So that would be the investigatory team.
Which you're part of?
Well, not in this case. I was on the crime scene part of it. The investigatory team is like the suits.
The suits?
Yeah.
Okay. Understood. And do you recall who was on the investigative team in this case?
I don't. I mean, I just know that Sergeant Rowe was the affiant on the warrant that you just showed me, but I just don't recall who was assigned that day.
Okay. So you don't know if those were tested or have gone any further than you dropping them off at the lab?
I have no knowledge of that.
And when you were collecting evidence, you did not, well, let me ask you this. Do you or the mobile crime lab or anybody on your team have the capability on your own to do impressions for fingerprints?
We can collect fingerprints, like we can try to dust for them and lift them.
Okay, and that is not something that you gathered into evidence in this case, right? Any fingerprints?
No.
Do you have the ability to take castings or otherwise lift footprints or shoe impressions off of floors?
Floors can be challenging, but we do have the ability to recover footwear impressions.
Okay, and how about carpets that have the potential to leave foot impressions or shoe impressions?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, you do not do any of that in this case?
Correct.
So So one of the other things that I believe you, and I'm sort of switching gears here for a second, that you transported to the lab in a mobile crime, with the mobile crime what?
It's just a major crime van.
Major crime
Yeah.
van, okay. And is that because because of the investigation, everything is sort of packed in there at the same time?
As far as the evidence is concerned?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like our mobile, like I said before, the mobile office.
So it would make sense for you to make one trip instead of a bunch of trips?
Correct.
Okay.
It doesn't preclude other investigators from bringing their own stuff, but oftentimes it'll be collected there and we'll just bring it together.
Okay. So you did bring to the state lab evidence of Brandon's body search, is that right?
If I did, it was on behalf of another detective.
Okay. If I could, I'm going to show you the evidence exam request form.
Yes.
And this is page 301.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is a same examination form that we talked about earlier. This was received by Trooper McCauley, stored on the major crime truck, and then delivered to the lab when I brought the other items in.
Okay, so you signed that form, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're signing that you acknowledge that those articles of evidence are brought to the lab?
Correct.
Okay. So if I could have
Sure.
that back, or maybe we can look together.
Sure.
So what you brought to the state lab was a blue long sleeve shirt, right?
Correct.
A blue long sleeve shirt with RBS,
Yes.
white tank top with RBS,
Mhm.
black jean or blue jeans,
Yes.
a left sock,
Correct.
a right sock,
Correct.
a necklace with a cross,
Correct.
red boxer shorts,
Correct.
a GSR kit,
Correct.
and a GSR kit would be a kit for testing for gunshot residue, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also buckle swabs.
Correct.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes I say buccal. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you describe briefly what those are?
So then there's asterisks down below just designating if there were no other items.
I'm sorry. I don't think I made a good question.
Okay.
Can you describe just generally what buccal swabs are?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So the swabs are used to collect typically DNA, like saliva.
Okay. And so those are all items that you dropped off
Yes.
as well? Okay. And to be clear, you don't know what the results of those items being dropped off at the lab are?
Correct. My only involvement was dropping them off.
You testified to some pictures with respect to where the gun was when
Yes.
you found it. I just want to clarify a few things.
Mhm.
That's where you found it, is that right?
That's correct.
That's not necessarily where it started out before you got to it.
That's true.
Okay. Same with the shell casing. It's where you found it when you came into the room.
Correct.
Okay. And same with the spent bullet underneath the painter's stool, or underneath the stool.
Yes.
You don't know if that's where they started out, right?
Correct.
It's only when you were there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
No further questions.
Neil?
Just a few redirect. So you went through on cross your investigators' ability to lift footprints from carpet, for instance.
Yes.
Would the ability of investigators to do that be impacted by the number of people that have walked on that same carpet?
They would be.
Okay. So say if between some event occurs and in the intervening time, by the time you get there, there are multiple sets of people that have walked in that area, have walked on that same carpet, would that impact your ability to find who had walked on that carpet at that prior event?
That's correct.
Okay. If you know that to be the case, would you attempt to locate footprints on that carpet then?
There would be no evidentiary value at that point.
And what's the reason for that?
because any of the evidence that would have been pure at the time, if it was just a sole footprint, would have been destroyed by everybody else that had walked through there.
You went through with defense counsel what you're able to search for and seize pursuant to a warrant, right?
Correct.
And those warrants, when you get them, are they approved by a court?
They are.
Okay. And what's the standard in order to get those warrants approved by a court?
You have to establish probable cause.
What is that probable cause?
It's essentially facts and circumstances that would lead someone to believe that a crime has been committed and that evidence of that crime is within that residence or area to be searched.
Okay. So the items that you're allowed to search pursuant to a warrant, as you said earlier, I believe, is that decided by you?
No.
And are the items that are listed in a warrant, those are the only ones that are approved by a court when they approve the warrant?
That's correct.
So when you go into a scene where you expect a crime to have occurred, you don't just grab anything you want, is that right?
That's correct.
It's got to be in that warrant.
Correct.
1 second, Judge. Nothing further.
Briefly, Your Honor. I just want to be clear. You can ask for whatever you want for evidence, correct?
In getting a search warrant, you can, yes.
Because the worst that could happen was if they say no, right?
Yes. I mean, again, if it is relative to that probable cause that you've established.
You can ask for any piece of evidence or anything that you think is relevant to your investigation, correct?
Given the certain circumstances, yes.
And when you are looking for certain pieces of evidence, it's a pretty routine request to ask for cell phones of people that are involved, right?
I would love to explain that to you.
I'm asking you if it's a,
Then no, the answer is no.
the answer is it's not a pretty regular request.
All right.
So I just want to be clear, because what we talked about this afternoon is the gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
That belongs to Brenda, right?
Correct.
We talked about a bullet, right? And we've talked about a shell casing. And we've talked about other evidence that you've collected, right?
Yes.
That you are not sure what happened with it after it went to the state lab, whether it was ever tested or not.
Right. Correct.
So the evidence that you are sure was tested is the evidence that points to Brandon, right?
I don't know any of the evidence that was tested. I know what was submitted and what we've talked about today, but as far as testing of any of those items, I don't know what was tested or what the results were.
I do want to talk to you about the rug for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what's your understanding of private citizens that went through the home after the death scene was discovered?
Any knowledge of it?
Any knowledge, would it make any sense for, after the police showed up, to find or to start an investigation? Would it make any sense that there would be non-law enforcement personnel or medical personnel in the house?
There would be the ADME would walk through there along with a trooper.
Okay. But not any private citizens, right?
Not outside of anybody like on EMS or anything like that from the initial call.
So the police have control over who comes in and walks all over the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
May this witness be released, Your Honor?
Counsel? Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Yes, sir.
The state now calls Jill Terrio.
today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And if you could state your full name and spell your last name for the court.
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio, last name spelled T as in Tom, Herriault.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
Just over 3 years now.
Okay, and what's your job?
Within the forensic lab, I am a criminalist, and more specifically, I work in the pattern evidence unit where I'm a firearm and tool mark examiner, where I examine bullets and cartridge cases and firearms to determine whether or not they were fired from a particular firearm.
Do you have an official title?
Criminalist 2.
And you said you work in the patterns division or unit?
The pattern evidence unit, yes.
Okay. But that includes examining firearms.
It does, yes. Yeah, the pattern evidence unit consists of firearm and tool mark examiners and latent fingerprint examiners as well.
Do you look at the different components of ammunition in that role?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and background?
Yes, in 2001, I received my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University. As far as job training, after I received my degree in 2004, I began working for the Miami-Dade Police Department Forensic Laboratory down in Miami, Florida. And there I was employed as a brand new firearm and tool mark examiner, and my training consisted of learning about firearms, how they operate, experiments within the laboratory, reading assignments and writing assignments, and all this was conducted under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner. So someone in the lab who's been there for quite a while was my trainer. In 2000, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Before we get through all that experience, what
Yes.
was your degree in?
Oh, in animal science.
Okay. So quite a shift from animal science to firearms examination.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And kind of take us through that, how you wound up in firearms examination.
Well, as I mentioned just now, my degree is in animal science, and at one point I thought veterinary school was a possibility, but that didn't pan out, and I had always been interested in forensics. I'd read a lot of detective fiction and forensic fiction, and I always thought that was very, very interesting. And so in a job search, once I finished school, I was looking for a place that was looking for entry-level, brand new folks, and that's where Miami-Dade Police Department happened to be hiring for, looking for entry-level, brand new firearms examiners to join the unit down there.
You went through a little bit of what you were doing down there. How long were you at Miami-Dade in total?
I was down there for 10 years, from 2004 until 2014.
Were you conducting firearm examinations, ammunition examinations in that role?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did they let you do that right away, or did it take some time to build up to that?
It generally does take a little while to build up to that. The training to become a firearms examiner takes about 2 years. So for the first 2 years that I was employed by Miami-Dade, that was in a training capacity, again, learning about all of the different facets of becoming a firearms examiner under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner.
Did you complete that training?
Yes, I did.
And so then you said 10 years, 2 years training. Did you then spend about 8 years working as a firearms examiner in that department?
Yes, I did. And I just want to go back to my training a little bit. So in addition to the 2-year training program in-house with a firearms examiner at the laboratory, I was also selected by ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their National Firearms Examiner Academy. And this was a training academy that was held in conjunction with the in-house training. Again, covering all of those topics, so how firearms work, how their internal parts and pieces work together, how to examine bullets and cartridge cases, and my trainers were all different firearms examiners from different laboratories across the country.
When did you complete the ATF training?
That was from 2004 to 2005.
So when did you stop working in Miami-Dade?
At the end of 2013 and at the beginning of 2014.
What'd you do after that?
At that point, I had applied to a firearm and tool mark position with the state of Connecticut Forensic Laboratory in an attempt to try to move a little closer to home. My family's up in the New England Northeast area. So I applied and was accepted as a criminalist 2, or a forensic science examiner 2 with the Connecticut State Laboratory, doing the same work. So firearms examination, tool marks, all of the type of forensic testing that a firearms examiner would do, and at that point I was also the supervisor of that unit as well.
As the supervisor, did you have any additional tasks?
I did, yes.
In addition to the examinations you were doing?
I did.
What were those?
A lot of administrative type of duties, such as reviewing my coworkers' work product, so reviewing their case files, approving time off, things of that nature.
Have you continued your training in firearms examination since joining Connecticut?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And obviously, you said you now work at New Hampshire State Lab. When did you join their department?
It was the very end of 2019, so December 2019.
In your time working in firearms examinations, about how many cases have you been involved in?
Gosh, it's going on about 19 years now, so probably in the thousands, I would say, over the last 19 years.
Best estimate in the thousands?
I don't know.
Okay. And all of those cases, or all of those examinations, do they entail comparisons?
Many of them do, yes.
But is it all of them?
It depends on the type of case. The majority of the work that I would do would be comparing some type of evidence from a crime scene, and sometimes there's examinations of unknowns like bullets and cartridge cases, and there may be some other duties too, such as serial number restoration, which is trying to restore an obliterated number, like a serial number on an item, or tool mark examination, or gunshot residue examination. Those are all additional duties that I perform in my capacity.
Have you ever testified as an expert in court?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
In the area of firearms examination, I believe also in serial number restoration, and mostly it's been in those two fields.
Have you testified as an expert in firearms comparisons?
Yes, I have.
When have you testified?
The first time I testified was in 2007 when I was down in Miami, Florida, and it's been just about over 100 times since then in state court in both Florida, Connecticut, and here in New Hampshire, as well as federal court as well.
When was the last time you testified as an expert?
I had to travel back to Connecticut for a case, and it was the beginning of March of this year.
Your Honor, the state tenders Jill Terrio as an expert in the field of firearms examination and comparison.
Without objection. Okay.
I want to discuss with you some of the terminology that you use in your work. I think we've heard some of it now, but I want to kind of get into some definitions with you. Are you able to explain what terms you use when examining a bullet?
Yes, I can, yes.
Have you brought a model or a visual representation with you that will help explain the different parts of a bullet as we go along?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you pull out that model for us? And just kind of display it for the court. So
Oh, sure. Yes, so what I have here are 2 plastic bullets and a plastic cartridge case.
Okay. So you've already used a few of the words. Can you tell us, and use the model as you wish, what a cartridge is?
Well, a cartridge is what is called a live round. Sometimes people will refer to that as a bullet, but an actual live round of ammunition, the best appropriate term would be a cartridge. And that cartridge is composed of 4 different pieces. So what we have here, this is again just plastic, but this is a plastic bullet model, or a cartridge model. So there is a bullet, which is this piece, which is seated in the mouth, or this opening of this cartridge case. And this cartridge case is typically filled with gunpowder when it's a live round before it's been fired. And on the back of the cartridge case here, if you can see, there's a small silver circle. That area of the cartridge case is called a primer. And so all of these components together, the primer, the cartridge case, the gunpowder that's seated inside here, and the bullet, form a live round of ammunition.
talked about the primer and where that is. What does the primer do?
The primer is, it's located on the bottom or the back part of a cartridge, and it's made of shock-sensitive material that when it is struck by the firing pin, which is a part of a gun, it causes a small detonation. That small detonation then ignites the gunpowder that's housed inside of the cartridge case. And all of that builds up a huge amount of energy. And so that energy then will send the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And then depending on what type of firearm it is that you're shooting, this now empty cartridge case will either be extracted and ejected from the firearm, or it can actually remain in the gun until it's manually removed.
Just a couple more terms I want to go through. Do you use the term rifling in your work?
Yes, I do.
What does that mean?
Rifling is a feature that is found on the inside of a gun barrel. It's a set of spiral grooves that are carved into the inside of a gun barrel by the firearms manufacturer. And what that does when a bullet travels down a gun barrel when it's shot, it causes the bullet to spin. So the bullet will enter the barrel of the firearm, and those rifling marks, those lands and grooves, because they're areas of high and low, they grab onto the surface of this bullet, and that bullet is getting pushed down the barrel of the gun, and it's causing the bullet to spin. Now those marks, those rifling marks, will be left behind on the surface of the bullet. And as I said, the bullet's spinning when it comes out of the end of the firearm, very much like how a quarterback throws a pass. When he throws a spiral pass, it's spinning so that way the receiver can get it. The bullet is essentially doing the same thing. So it's spinning to increase its accuracy when it is headed towards a target.
Is the rifling inside of a gun, is it unique to any particular gun, or is it uniform across all guns?
It can vary from manufacturer to manufacturer. The whole point is to cause the bullet to spin when the gun is fired, but different manufacturers can come up with different combinations of rifling. As I mentioned, it's spiraling marks that are on the inside there, so it can either twist to the left or twist to the right. And then there can be a different number of lands and grooves or rifling inside there. So typically, one would find 5 lands and grooves or 6 lands and grooves, and with a twist to the left or right. But it's really up to the manufacturer of what they decide they want to have manufactured on the inside of their gun barrel.
In your work, have you become familiar with, or do you have access to data about the types of rifling you see in particular manufacturers?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so are you familiar with the common rifling patterns in some of the more significant gun manufacturers?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does that include Glock firearms?
It does, yes.
You used the term a couple of times, and I just want to get a real definition on it, of lands and grooves. What are those?
Again, those are the spiral marks that are carved inside of a gun barrel. If I may, I do have a representation of a cutaway of it's a plastic piece, but it's also a demonstrative aid that I can use to further describe rifling.
Another model?
I do, yes.
Okay, yeah, if you could. Can everybody see her when she's using these demonstratives up here? Okay, but she can step down.
I've seen them before.
Okay. I may step down? Or
Well, if you want to hold that up, can everybody see that? Or, okay.
okay.
Why don't you step down and we can teach the class a little bit.
Okay, so this is sort of a cutaway of a pretend gun barrel, for example. So it's as if it were sliced this way. So this would be if you're looking down the gun barrel. And there's areas of low here, and then there's also areas of high. So when a gun barrel is made by the factory, there's a piece, or there's a part, or a tool that comes in that's actually scraping metal away to cause these raised areas and these lowered areas. So those are called lands. The areas that are high are called lands, and the grooves are the parts that that tool has cut away at the manufacturer. So you can see on this way how they're kind of pointing in one direction. They're kind of pointing in one direction. So that's what I twist when I'm talking about which way that rifling twists.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you also please show that to the defense table?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the cutaway, this is the plastic model of it, and here you can see the grooves as well as the lands.
Thank you.
And you can retake your seat. And the last thing I want to ask you about as far as the terminology you use the term breech face?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
The breech face is part of a firearm. I'm going to refer again to this plastic model. When this cartridge or this cartridge case is in a gun and it's been fired, the part of the gun that is supporting the back part of this cartridge when it's in the gun is called the breech. There's usually a hole in the breech where the firing pin will protrude from, but the breech of the gun is typically supporting the back part of this cartridge case. And in the firing process, like I said, all that energy that sends the bullet that way is also going to kind of push this cartridge up against the breech, and there can be an impression left behind on the primer because it's relatively soft material, but it can accept marks, manufacturing marks of the breech that are imparted to it at the factory when the gun was being made. So this essentially gets almost like a fingerprint of that breech area of the firearm.
You had briefly, I think, have explained the general mechanics of firing a cartridge. And you stated earlier there's that small amount of gunpowder inside of the cartridge. Is that right?
Yes.
Once, as you described it, and that's what propels the bullet out of the cartridge and the barrel of the gun.
That's right, yes.
Okay. So once that gunpowder is ignited, what happens to the powder?
Well, it undergoes a burning process where it's ignited from the detonation of the primer. And as it's burning, it's causing all of that energy to build up, and it sends the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And in addition to the bullet leaving the barrel of the firearm, there can be lead and smoke and soot and burned and partially burned gunpowder pieces that sort of follow the projectile or the bullet as it's exiting the gun barrel.
Is there a term for that partially burned gunpowder pieces that you just said?
All that material, that smoke and soot and bits of burned and partially burned gunpowder is generally referred to as gunshot residue.
Once a bullet's fired and that gunshot residue is created, what happens to it?
It'll sort of follow the bullet as the bullet is traveling, and now it's not going to follow the bullet completely along its path, but generally speaking, it's about 6 feet or so from the end of the firearm. It kind of comes out as a puff of smoke and soot and things like that, and eventually it just sort of tapers away.
Do you know, once it's out in the air, can it move around at all?
I believe it can, yes.
Is that part of your knowledge as a firearms examiner?
Well, in my area in firearms examination, part of what I do is what's called distance determination, which is trying to figure out how far the muzzle end of a firearm was from an object when it was shot. So that can include interpreting whatever particle patterns are left behind on that item, such as a jacket or a shirt or things like that.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned some of your duties involve examining cartridges or its fired components to determine whether they've been fired from a particular firearm. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
I want to talk a little bit about that process with you. So first, is a firearm always available to compare a cartridge to?
Not all the time. In my capacity, I can have, or not me personally, but there can be pieces of evidence submitted to the laboratory. It could just be bullets, it could just be cartridge cases, and they're able to be compared amongst themselves. And if there is a firearm, they can be compared to a gun, but sometimes there's not always a gun submitted, so those items can be intercompared amongst themselves.
If a gun isn't submitted, is there any way to determine what kind of gun a piece of evidence was fired from?
There's resources at my disposal that I can use to try to determine what possible firearm could have fired that type of firearm. That's an investigative bit of information that I can provide to whoever's reading my report at the end. That way the investigators aren't looking for every firearm under the sun. They might be able to, based on the evidence that they submitted, they might be able to narrow that search down to a few possible manufacturers.
I want to focus a little more on the times when a firearm is available to you to compare. Can you kind of take us through the general steps that you take in that process?
Well, when the items are submitted to the laboratory, they're marked with whatever type of request or testing is required of them. So for the items that do come to the firearms unit, typically those items will be compared. And generally what I do is I first take notes about each piece. So every bullet, every cartridge case, it gets inscribed with the case number that's related to it, as well as what submission number or exhibit number it's been associated with. So that can be a crime scene placard number that corresponds to that piece. So first I want to gather up all of the physical information I can about the piece, whether it's a bullet or it's a cartridge case. So once I've collected all of that information, I can then move to a comparison where I can look at different parts, for example, of this cartridge case where the guns come in contact with it. We talked a few moments ago about breech face marks. There's also, I think I mentioned earlier, there's a piece called the firing pin that strikes that primer area. And it's going to leave a little impression of itself on the primer area of the cartridge. Those are all features that are left behind on a cartridge that I can examine with a microscope. And I'm able to, with this piece of equipment, this microscope, to look at two things at the same time. So that comparison would involve basically looking through one set of eyepieces on this microscope that lets me see two things at the same time, under the same magnification, with the same lighting, and I can look for the markings that are left behind on the surface of one cartridge case and look for similarities or patterns, basically pattern matching, looking for that same set of marks left behind on the other pieces.
Are there different kind of characteristics that you look for when you're conducting these comparisons?
Yes, there are.
And what are those?
The first set of features that I'm looking at is called class characteristics. And those are features of an item that help to distinguish it from others. And they can be very gross, general types of characteristics. So if we're talking about, for example, cartridge cases, that would be the caliber of it, what size the cartridge case is. The shape of the firing pin that struck the primer, that's a class characteristic, because it's a feature or a characteristic that the gun manufacturer determined. So it's a predetermined feature by a manufacturer. The shapes of the breech face marks, sometimes they can be arches. It just depends on how the firearm was produced and the different tools that were used to produce that gun. So all of those features are class characteristics, and they can be shared across several types of different firearms. But for me to be able to say that this cartridge case or this bullet was fired from a particular firearm, I'm looking for individual characteristics, and those are microscopic in nature, and they're imparted onto different parts of a gun, not on purpose. They're sort of incidental to manufacture. So by the nature of the way that the gun manufacturer creates its barrel or it creates that breech face, there's marks that are left behind that are microscopic, that are individual, and under a microscope, they're able to be individualized to a particular firearm.
When you're first looking for those class characteristics, those overarching features, do you use the microscope then, or just your naked eye?
Just my eyes.
And when you're looking to compare a bullet to see if it's been fired from a particular firearm, what's the first item that you look at?
I'm sorry, could you explain what you mean?
So would you look at the bullet first, or the cartridge, or would you look at the firearm first?
Oh, generally I will look at all of the unknown pieces first, so all of the pieces that were submitted from the or from the crime scene rather, so all of the unknowns.
And why is that?
In general, it just helps me to determine, like, if there is a firearm that I need to examine at some point, it'll give me an idea of what type of ammunition I might need to test fire in that gun. So depending on what style the bullet is or who made the cartridge case, the laboratory has a pretty large reference collection of ammunition that I can use to test fire a gun. That way I'm comparing all of my unknowns first. I might have an idea as to what I might need to test fire in the gun, and then when it's time for me to work on the actual firearm, if there was one that was submitted, I can choose the same type or similar type to what it is that I'm looking at under the microscope.
Are firearms ever submitted to you with ammunition that was found inside of the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And in that instance, do you ever use that ammunition to conduct your test firing?
Occasionally I do, yes.
When you're looking at a firearm for these examinations, do you look at photographs or the actual firearm itself?
The actual firearm itself.
Can you take us through those steps, what you do when you first get the firearm and examine it?
So when I have a firearm to examine, one that's been submitted, it's been collected from somewhere, it's been brought to the laboratory, essentially I have a worksheet that I fill out that follows, that allows me to follow through the firearm from top to bottom. So the make, who makes it, the model, what model it is, the serial number, the safety features that are present on the firearm, how it operates. There's different types of ways that different firearms can operate. I'll look down the barrel to see the number of lands and grooves and which direction they twist. There's a test called a trigger pull test, which tests how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger. Another test called a jar off test, which determines whether or not it's susceptible to accidentally going off if it were to be dropped. Once I've gone through all of that and determined that the gun is safe for me to test fire, I will then select, based on what type of evidence was submitted in the case, what type of ammunition I need to shoot from that firearm to collect test-fired bullets and test-fired cartridge cases to do my comparisons.
You said you do a couple of tests on it. First was the trigger pull test?
Yes.
What is that about?
That's a test where I determine approximately how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger. So it's essentially, it's called a spring gauge, which looks a whole lot like if you've ever traveled to the airport and you have that little device that like you can pick up your suitcase to see how heavy it is. It's basically very similar to that in that I can use it, I can put the hook on the trigger and then pull the trigger backwards as if it were being fired, and that is relayed to a scale, and it shows me approximately how many pounds it takes to pull that.
What's the reason for conducting that test?
It's just a general part of a firearms operability testing.
And then you mentioned a test for jar off.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's a test that I do to determine whether or not if a firearm is dropped, for example, if it will cause the firearm to accidentally go off.
How do you conduct that test?
Well, I don't want to actually drop the gun on the ground. So essentially what I'll do is put it in a cocked position. So depending on the gun, that might be what's called racking the slide or putting the gun in a position where it's ready to fire. I have about a 3-pound rubber mallet that I'll take and I'll strike different parts of the side of the gun, the front of the gun, the back of the gun. And each time I do that, I'll strike it with the mallet and then pull the trigger. And if it sounds like, when I pull the trigger and it sounds like the trigger is being pulled and I hear a click, then I know that striking motion didn't cause the firing pin to go forward and strike a primer, in a cartridge. And I'll do that 3 times. So I hit the back of the gun, the side of the gun, and the front of the gun, pulling the trigger each time to listen to hear if it goes click or not.
So that was some of the tests you do on firearms. When you're examining a bullet or bullet component, so the cartridge case or the bullet itself, do you handle the actual item or do you look at photographs?
I handle the actual items.
And what are you looking for when you first start that part of the examination?
Well, first I want to collect all of the class characteristics or the physical features of the bullet or the cartridge case. So again, I have a worksheet that I fill out that allows me to capture all of that information. So if I'm talking about a cartridge, or a cartridge case rather, who the manufacturer is, what shape the firing pin is, if there's breech face marks on it, what the cartridge case is actually made of. It sometimes can be brass or nickel, what the primer is made of. So collecting all of that information first before I move on to any type of microscopic exam. And that same process I do for bullets as well. So with bullets, I will weigh them to see how much they weigh, how many lands and grooves are on the surface of the bullet, and how much it weighs, the style or the type or any design features of the bullet, and the overall condition of it, because sometimes they can be damaged when they strike something.
You mentioned that some of the things you look for or determine when looking at those class characteristics are the manufacturer of a particular bullet or cartridge. How do you determine the manufacturer from looking at those?
Well, on a cartridge case, typically the manufacturer information is stamped on the bottom of, or on the head of the cartridge case. along with the caliber. On a bullet, that information is not always completely obvious. Sometimes that might take a little bit of research, either online or through the laboratory's reference collection to determine a possible manufacturer. And sometimes that's not even possible because it might be a very generic looking type of bullet.
You mentioned just a couple moments ago that you weigh bullets when you have them.
I do, yes.
How do you weigh a bullet?
There's a balance or a small scale that's available to me in the laboratory, and that measures how much a bullet weighs, and bullets are typically weighed in what's called a grain, or in grains. That's a unit of measurement that the industry uses, that ammunition manufacturers use to determine how much gunpowder or how many grains a particular bullet will weigh.
Is a bullet's weight pretty standardized per manufacturer, or determined by the caliber?
Generally, different calibers will have a set of weights that they can be. So for example, like a 9mm bullet is a common cartridge, and those bullets, there's a couple different varieties within 9mm that those bullets can weigh.
Do manufacturers of bullets, do they indicate on the packaging how much the bullets inside of the package would weigh?
Yes, they do.
Right. And do those bullets precisely weigh what they're claimed to be from the manufacturer?
In my experience, what I've seen is if they're marketed as a particular weight, sometimes they'll be within a few tenths of a grain of that. So if it's like, for example, 115, marketed as a 115 grain bullet, when I actually put that bullet on a scale, it might weigh 115.2 or 115.4. So in that general ballpark.
Are there any factors that you've observed in your experience or your training that can change a bullet's weight from what it's purported to be by a manufacturer?
It could sustain damage to it, which could change the weight. So the damage might remove parts of the bullet from it, which will have it weigh less than what it would normally weigh.
Is the process you just described for examining a bullet, is that generally similar to when you examine a casing?
It is, yes.
Once you've examined the firearm and a bullet or its components, how do you then compare the two and analyze your results to reach a determination as to whether a cartridge or a bullet were fired from that particular firearm?
Well, I want to compare bullets to bullets, so I will examine and compare the unknown bullets that were collected from the crime scene to bullets that I have just test fired from that particular gun. And going through that process of using the microscope and looking at the two things at the same time. I'm looking for scratch marks on the surface of the bullet, or breech face mark impressions on a cartridge case to determine whether or not I can say that that bullet or that cartridge case was fired in that gun. I'm comparing what was collected from the scene to what I had just fired from the gun.
Is there a range of conclusions you can reach after comparing firearms and cartridges?
Yes, there is.
What's that range?
Well, there's three different conclusions that an examiner can come to. One is an identification, meaning that this bullet or this cartridge case was fired in this particular gun. There's the opposite of that, which is an exclusion or an elimination, meaning that after examining it, I could say that this bullet or this cartridge case was not fired in this gun, and that can be based on several different factors. And then there's right in the middle of the road, which is called inconclusive, which means that it can't be eliminated and it can't be identified. So typically that happens, or that's the conclusion that an examiner would come to if a bullet is damaged or there's not enough information, microscopic information left behind on that bullet surface or on that cartridge case for me to say one way or the other. So again, that could be due to a variety of factors, but depending on what it is that I'm looking at, like it can't be identified or it can't be eliminated.
Okay, I want to turn now to the examinations that you did in this case. Relative to this case, did you examine a pistol with the unique evidence number of JG01?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine a fired cartridge case with unique evidence number JG02?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine a discharged bullet with unique evidence number JG03?
Yes, I did.
And the numbers I just went through, JG01, JG02, JG03, are those numbers assigned by the lab, or how do they get them?
Those numbers are typically given to an item of evidence from the individual that collected them from the scene. Typically that's somebody's initials and then a number to differentiate it.
As part of the examinations that you completed in this case, did you prepare a report outlining the work you performed and your conclusions?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may. Stand up, take a break for a second. because you'll hear in a second that she'll testify to what her work was and her opinion, whether maybe we'll hear some of that tomorrow morning. Your recollection will recall what she says in court. Thank you.
So for the record, that was states 108.
States 108?
Yes.
Okay.
So is showing you states 108, is that your report that you completed in this case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and as you said, does that contain your conclusions with regard to the evidence that you examined?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what are the exhibits that are listed there that this report accounts for?
It lists Exhibit JGO1, which is a pistol, JGO1B, which is a magazine and live cartridges, JGO2, which is a 9mm cartridge case, and JGO3, which is a bullet.
Well, why don't we break for the day, if that's going to happen. So we're going to adjourn for the day, and you all know why. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research about anything you've heard here. You're not allowed to go online and look up gunshot residue or any of the things that we've heard about. No independent research at all. We're going to start promptly tomorrow morning. Promptly, I say. Tomorrow morning at 9. So please get here when they tell you to be here so we can do so. Okay? All rise for the jury. Thank you. Ms. Terrio, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
That was our purpose for approaching, Your Honor, was to ask for the break.
Oh, okay. Do we need to discuss anything else?
No.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you, Your Honor.